Every busy mind you see during the day carries a quiet struggle when the lights go out, when the phone is silent, when the world stops asking you to perform, when there is nowhere left to run. That is when the thoughts begin to speak, the ones you pushed aside all day, the worries that wait patiently, the old conversations you replay, the pressure you learn to live with, without ever questioning why. Not because you are broken, not because you are weak, but because no one ever taught you how to let the mind rest. We were taught how to stay strong, not how to be still, how to endure discomfort, not how to release it, how to keep moving forward even when the soul is tired. Night after night the body lies down, but the mind keeps standing guard. The Stoics understood this silent struggle. They knew the mind becomes loud when it is never listened to. They believed peace is not found by forcing silence, but by allowing it, by watching thoughts pass without chasing them, by letting go of what cannot be controlled, by ending the day without judgment. This meditation is not about escaping your thoughts, it is about meeting them calmly. Not about fixing your life, but about loosening the grip your mind has on it. For the next 4 hours, nothing is required of you. No effort, no answers, no improvement. Only rest. Rest from replaying the past. Rest from rehearsing the future. Rest from carrying the world inside your head. This is 4 hours of Stoic night meditation for total mental stillness. A quiet space to slow the mind, a steady practice to soften inner tension, a return to yourself, without force, without struggle, without fear. Let the night hold you, let the thoughts settle, and allow stillness to do what striving never could. And now, as the night deepens and the outside world loosens its grip, the mind is finally in a position to listen. Not to noise, not to urgency, but to truth. This is where the work quietly begins, not with effort, not with force, but with a choice most people avoid, a small discomfort, one that opens a much larger door. There is a strange fear around discomfort at night. During the day, discomfort feels useful. It pushes, sharpens, proves something. At night, it feels unnecessary. The body wants ease, the mind wants distraction. And yet, this is exactly why voluntary discomfort works best when the world goes quiet. Because nothing is competing with it. No deadlines, no applause, no pressure to perform. Only you and the moment you would normally soften with comfort. Voluntary discomfort does not mean pain. It means choosing not to escape mild unease. Sitting a little longer in silence, letting the room stay slightly cool instead of rushing for warmth, leaving the phone in another room, allowing the body to feel still instead of constantly adjusting. These choices seem small, almost meaningless, but the mind reacts to them immediately. It starts to speak. It protests. It creates reasons. And in doing so, it reveals itself. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed the mind becomes noisy when it is always obeyed. Every impulse followed, every urge answered. At night, when you gently refuse to soothe every sensation, the mind begins to lose its authority. Not through resistance, but through exposure. You are no longer fighting discomfort. You are allowing it to exist without responding, and that changes something fundamental. At first, the mind becomes restless. Thoughts multiply. The body searches for relief. This is not a mistake. This is the doorway. Most people turn back here. They reach for distraction. They add sound. They scroll. They sedate themselves with comfort. But if you stay, something unexpected happens. The mind realizes it is not in danger. The discomfort does not grow. It peaks, then fades, and with it a layer of mental noise dissolves. Voluntary discomfort teaches the mind that it does not need to solve everything. That sensation does not require reaction. That silence is survivable. This lesson does not come through logic. It comes through experience. Night after night, the nervous system learns a new pattern. Stillness no longer feels threatening. Silence no longer feels empty. It begins to feel spacious. There is also honesty in nighttime discomfort. During the day, discomfort is often hidden behind busyness. At night, there is nowhere to hide. The lack of stimulation strips away roles and habits. What remains is raw response. Irritation, boredom, subtle anxiety. These are not problems to fix. They are signals. They show where the mind has been leaning too hard, gripping too tightly, expecting too much. When you sit with mild discomfort at night, you are practicing a form of trust. Trust that the body knows how to regulate itself. Trust that thoughts can rise and fall without intervention. Trust that you do not need to be entertained to be okay. This trust slowly untangles the constant inner monitoring that keeps the mind awake. Over time, something quiet shifts. Discomfort stops being an enemy. It becomes a teacher, not a harsh one, but a patient one. It shows you how often the mind confuses control with safety, how often it creates noise just to avoid feeling slightly unsettled. And once you see this, the need to escape weakens. Mental silence does not arrive suddenly. It arrives gradually, in the spaces where reaction used to be. A pause before reaching for comfort, a breath taken without intention, a moment where the mind waits instead of rushing. These moments grow longer, deeper, calmer. Nightly voluntary discomfort also builds self-respect, not the loud kind that demands recognition, but the quiet kind that knows it can sit with itself, that does not panic in stillness, that does not need constant reassurance. This self-respect is stabilizing. It reduces the background anxiety that follows you into sleep. Eventually, the mind learns a powerful truth. Nothing bad happens when you stop managing everything. The body relaxes. Thoughts slow. Silence becomes natural, not forced. And in that silence, rest finally reaches places that sleep alone never could. This is why the Stoics practiced discomfort when no one was watching. Not to harden themselves, but to soften the mind's grip. To discover that peace does not come from perfect conditions, but from the ability to remain steady when conditions are imperfect. As the night continues, the discomfort you allowed becomes less noticeable, not because you escaped it, but because you no longer need to react to it. And in that quiet acceptance, the mind takes its first real step towards stillness. As the body settles and the mind grows less reactive, something else quietly comes into focus. The discomfort you allowed has done its work. It loosened the constant need to interfere. Now there is space, and in that space the mind begins to look for meaning. This is where another layer of tension often hides, not in sensation, but in attachment, to moments, to outcomes, to the idea that things should stay the way they are. There is a subtle sadness that visits many people at night, not always sharp, not always obvious. It shows up as worry about tomorrow, fear of loss, or a quiet resistance to change. This feeling has one common root: the wish for permanence in a world that does not offer it. The Stoics saw this clearly. They believed much of human anxiety comes from forgetting a simple truth: everything passes. Meditating on impermanence before sleep is not about becoming cold or detached. It is about becoming honest. The night already teaches this lesson. The day ends, no matter how tightly you hold it. Conversations fade, problems pause, even strong emotions soften when the lights go out. Impermanence is already happening. This practice simply asks you to notice it instead of resisting it. The mind often treats change as a threat. It clings to people, roles, routines, and even worries because they feel familiar. Anxiety grows when the mind tries to freeze life in place. When you gently reflect on impermanence at night, this grip begins to loosen, not through force, but through understanding. This reflection can be simple. You recognize that today is over and cannot be returned to, not as a loss, but as a natural movement. You acknowledge that thoughts you had this morning are already gone. Feelings that once felt overwhelming have shifted. Even the version of you that woke up today no longer exists in the same way. This is not frightening when seen clearly. It is grounding. Anxiety feeds on the belief that what you fear will last forever. That pain will stay. That uncertainty will not resolve. Impermanence quietly challenges this belief. It reminds the nervous system that nothing holds a fixed shape, that discomfort moves, that fear rises and falls like breath. When this understanding sinks in, the body relaxes its constant alertness. The Stoics practiced this reflection not to become indifferent, but to become free. When you accept that things change, you stop demanding guarantees from life. You stop asking tomorrow to behave a certain way. This reduces the mental pressure that keeps the mind awake. The night becomes a place of release instead of rehearsal. There is also relief in recognizing that you do not need to carry everything forward. Worries about the future lose some of their weight when you remember that the future itself is uncertain and fluid. You are not responsible for controlling it. You are only here for this moment, and even this moment will pass on its own. Meditating on impermanence before sleep also softens attachment to the self-image. The roles you played today are temporary. The mistakes you replay are not permanent marks. The successes you cling to will fade as well. This understanding creates balance. It humbles without discouraging. It comforts without illusion. As you rest with this reflection, anxiety often reveals its true nature. It is not a signal of danger, but a resistance to change. When you stop arguing with change, anxiety loses its fuel. The mind no longer needs to scan for certainty. It begins to rest in openness. This practice also builds emotional resilience. When you truly accept that everything passes, you stop panicking when emotions rise. Sadness is allowed to move through. Joy is appreciated without fear of losing it. This acceptance creates emotional stability that carries into sleep. Night is the ideal time for this reflection because the world is already letting go. The sun has set. Activity has slowed. The body prepares to release consciousness. You are aligning with a natural rhythm rather than fighting it. Impermanence becomes a companion, not a threat. Over time, this practice changes how anxiety shows up in your life. It becomes quieter, less convincing. You recognize it as a passing state rather than a permanent problem. This recognition is powerful. It restores trust in the flow of experience. As the mind absorbs this truth, stillness deepens. Thoughts lose urgency. The need to control softens. What remains is a calm awareness that does not cling or resist. And in that calm, the mind prepares to move even closer to silence, guided not by fear, but by acceptance. As acceptance settles in and anxiety loosens its grip, another presence quietly steps forward. It has been there all along, but now it is easier to notice. When worries about change fade, when fear of loss softens, something else starts to speak more clearly. Not fear, not sadness, but the ego, the part of the mind that wants to define, defend, compare, and control. And strangely, it becomes loudest when everything else grows quiet. There is a tension many people feel at night that does not come from the day's problems. It comes from the self-image that was built to survive the day. The voice that says, "I should have done more. I should be better. I must stay important." During daylight, this voice hides behind tasks and noise. At night, with nothing left to perform, it steps into the center of attention. This is where the Stoic idea of apatheia becomes essential. Apatheia is often misunderstood. It does not mean becoming numb or uncaring. It means freedom from being ruled by emotional reactions that distort judgment. It is emotional clarity, not emotional emptiness, and the quiet hours are the perfect time to practice it. When the ego grows loud at night, it often brings stories about status, respect, regret, and identity. It replays conversations to prove something. It builds arguments that no longer matter. It measures worth based on outcomes that are already over. Practicing apatheia means noticing these movements without stepping into them. The key is not suppression. Suppressing the ego only strengthens it. Instead, apatheia asks for observation without attachment. You notice the thought that wants credit. You notice the urge to justify. You notice the comparison forming, and you let it exist without feeding it. No agreement, no resistance, just awareness. This can feel uncomfortable at first. The ego is used to being heard. When it is not answered, it becomes dramatic. It raises its voice. It creates urgency. This is not failure. This is exposure. The mind is showing you how much energy has been invested in maintaining an image. In the quiet hours, you can gently withdraw that energy. You do this by reminding yourself that thoughts about identity are not commands. They are habits. The ego does not disappear when ignored, but it loses its grip. It becomes less convincing, less personal. Apatheia also changes how emotions move through you at night. Instead of being pulled into pride or shame, you allow emotions to arise and fall without labeling them as threats. This creates inner balance. The nervous system begins to relax because it is no longer defending a fragile self-image. The Stoics believe the ego suffers most when it demands control over things it cannot govern: reputation, outcomes, other people's opinions. At night, these demands become obvious because there is nothing left to distract from them. Practicing apatheia means letting these demands dissolve in the dark. You remind yourself that the day is complete. Nothing needs to be proven now. There is also deep relief in realizing that you do not have to carry an identity into sleep. You do not need to be successful, strong, impressive, or right in this moment. You are allowed to be unfinished. You are allowed to rest without a title. This permission quiets the ego more effectively than any argument. As you sit with this practice, the inner dialogue slowly changes. Thoughts still appear, but they no longer pull you into reaction. You become the space in which they pass. This space feels steady, neutral, calm, not empty, but uncluttered. Practicing apatheia at night also prepares you for the next day. When the ego is not reinforced in the quiet hours, it has less power when the world wakes up again. You respond instead of react. You act without over-identifying. This creates a quiet confidence that does not need validation. There is a moment, often subtle, when the ego realizes it is safe, even when it is not in control. This moment is transformative. The constant inner commentary slows. The mind rests in simplicity. Nothing is missing. Nothing is threatened. In this state, stillness deepens naturally. Not because you forced silence, but because there is nothing left that needs defending. The ego relaxes its grip. Awareness becomes spacious. And the night, once filled with mental noise, becomes a place of quiet strength. From here, the mind is ready to go even deeper, not by removing thoughts, but by loosening the structures that keep them alive. And as the ego softens, the path toward true mental stillness opens wider, guided by clarity rather than effort. As the ego softens and the need to define yourself fades, another presence becomes more noticeable. It has been surrounding you the entire time, yet often misunderstood. Darkness, not as danger, not as emptiness, but as something steady, patient, and honest. When the inner noise quiets, the dark no longer feels like an enemy. It becomes a teacher. Many people carry an old tension with darkness. It comes from childhood, from uncertainty, from not knowing what lies ahead. During the day, light gives the illusion of control. Shapes are clear, paths are visible. At night, those comforts fall away. The mind fills the gaps with stories. This is why fear often grows when the lights go out. Not because something bad appears, but because certainty disappears. The Stoics did not see darkness as something to escape. They saw it as a reminder of what life truly is. Unpredictable, temporary, unowned. Darkness strips away excess. It removes distractions. It takes away the false sense that everything can be seen, measured, or managed. When you stop resisting this, fear loses its foundation. Darkness teaches through absence. There is less stimulation, less information, less proof. The mind is invited to rest instead of analyze. When fear arises in the dark, it is often the fear of not knowing. Practicing Stoic awareness here means allowing that not knowing to exist without trying to resolve it. Instead of reaching for light, sound, or distraction, you remain present. You notice how the body responds, how the breath adjusts, how thoughts try to explain what cannot be explained, and you let them pass. Darkness becomes a space where the mind learns that it does not need constant clarity to be safe. There is also equality in darkness. Status disappears, appearance dissolves, achievements lose their shine. In the dark, everyone is the same. This humbling quality calms the ego and comforts the nervous system. You are not being judged, you are not being measured, you simply exist. The Stoics believed fear grows when we project meaning onto what is neutral. Darkness itself is neutral. It does not threaten, it does not promise, it just is. When fear shows up, it comes from interpretation, not from the dark itself. Seeing this clearly changes your relationship with night. As you sit in darkness, you may notice how the mind searches for edges. It wants definition. It wants reassurance. Practicing here means not giving it what it asks for, not to punish it, but to train it. The mind learns that uncertainty does not equal danger. Darkness also slows time. Without visual input, moments stretch. This can feel uncomfortable at first, but this slowing is medicine. Anxiety thrives on speed. It rushes ahead. In the dark, there is nowhere to rush to. The present moment expands naturally. Another lesson darkness offers is containment. During the day, attention spreads outward. At night, especially in darkness, attention turns inward. This inward turn allows unresolved emotions to surface, not dramatically but honestly. You do not analyze them. You let them be seen and then pass. Using darkness as a teacher means trusting the body's intelligence. Your senses adjust, your breathing deepens, your awareness sharpens without effort. The nervous system remembers an older rhythm, one that existed long before artificial light and constant stimulation. There is also comfort in realizing that darkness has always been part of life. Every day ends, every season turns. Rest requires withdrawal. Darkness is not a mistake in the system. It is part of balance. When you accept this, fear loses its argument. As the practice continues, darkness begins to feel protective rather than threatening. It holds you without demanding anything. It gives permission to stop watching, fixing, planning. The mind learns to settle because there is nothing to respond to. This acceptance changes sleep. Instead of drifting off while mentally guarded, you allow yourself to sink. The body feels supported. The mind stops scanning. Stillness grows naturally, without command. Darkness also prepares you for deeper truths. It reminds you that much of life happens beyond control and beyond sight. Learning to be calm here strengthens resilience everywhere else. When uncertainty appears during the day, it feels less overwhelming because you have already practiced being at ease with it at night. Eventually, the dark becomes familiar, not something to fight, but something to enter. Fear no longer rises automatically. Silence feels steady. Awareness feels wide. And in that quiet, held by darkness rather than threatened by it, the mind moves closer to true rest. Not sleep alone, but a deeper stillness that comes from no longer needing to see everything to feel safe. As darkness stops feeling like something to resist, another habit quietly reveals itself. The habit of carrying the day forward. Even when the body lies down, the mind often keeps the day alive. Conversations repeat. Decisions replay. Moments are judged again and again. The night becomes crowded with things that already ended, yet refuse to leave. There is a deep tiredness that does not come from effort, but from refusal to let go. Many people think rest means stopping movement. The Stoics knew better. True rest comes from ending what has already ended. Letting the day die completely is not neglect. It is respect for the natural order. Every day has a life cycle. It rises, unfolds, and fades. When this cycle is interrupted by mental attachment, the mind stays awake, guarding something that no longer exists. This is where much nighttime tension is born, not from tomorrow, but from yesterday overstaying its welcome. The Stoic art of letting the day die begins with acknowledgement. You recognize without drama that nothing more can be done today. No correction will change what already happened. No extra thought will improve an outcome that is finished. This recognition is not defeat, it is clarity. The mind often resists this because it believes replay equals control, that reviewing mistakes will prevent future pain, that reliving success will preserve it. But at night, this behavior becomes harmful. It keeps the nervous system alert. It keeps emotions active. It denies closure. Letting the day die does not mean suppressing emotion. It means allowing events to take their rightful place in the past. You notice memories arise, and you gently remind yourself, this belongs to earlier, not now, not here, not tonight. This practice requires honesty. Some days were messy. Some choices were imperfect. The Stoics did not expect perfection. They expected reflection, then release. Reflection has a time. Night is not that time. Night is for surrender. There is something powerful about mentally closing the door on the day. not slamming it, just closing it with care. You do this by withdrawing attention. Attention is fuel. When you stop feeding the day with attention, it loses its hold. The ego often resists this closure because it wants resolution. It wants to win arguments that already passed. It wants apologies that may never come. Letting the day die means accepting unfinished stories. This acceptance is uncomfortable at first, but freeing. The body responds quickly when the mind stops dragging the day forward. Muscles soften, breathing slows, the heart rate steadies. These changes happen naturally when the brain receives the signal that vigilance is no longer needed. The Stoics believed each day should be treated as a complete unit, lived fully, then released fully. Carrying it forward only creates confusion. Life becomes heavy when days pile up without being laid to rest. There is also humility in this practice. You accept that your control was always limited, that outcomes were influenced by many things beyond you. This humility reduces self-blame and pride equally. Both dissolve when the day is allowed to end. Letting the day die also protects tomorrow. When the mind rests without residue, the next day is entered with freshness instead of fatigue. You respond instead of react. You see clearly instead of through leftover emotion. This practice can be simple, a quiet statement to yourself that the day is complete, not good or bad, just complete. You do not need to analyze it. You do not need to summarize it. You let it be done. Over time, the mind learns this rhythm, day for action, night for release. When this rhythm is respected, mental stillness becomes accessible, not forced, but earned through consistency. There is a deep peace in realizing you do not have to carry everything forward to be responsible. Responsibility ends when effort ends. After that, rest becomes a duty. As the day fully dissolves, the mind becomes lighter. Thoughts slow because they have nothing left to cling to. The night opens up, quiet and empty in the best way. And in that emptiness, free from the weight of what already lived its life, the mind prepares to enter a deeper stillness, one where nothing is being held, fixed, or continued. Only rest remains. As the day finally releases its grip and nothing remains to be carried forward, the mind enters a rare space, a space where effort has ended, where identity loosens, where tomorrow has not yet arrived. In this space, something profound becomes possible, not something dark, not something frightening, but something honest, the quiet rehearsal of letting go completely. Night meditation has always held a deeper meaning for the Stoics. They saw sleep not as escape, but as practice. Practice for the one certainty no one can avoid. Not in a dramatic sense, not with fear, but with calm familiarity. This is what memento mori truly means. Not obsession with death, but peace with endings. During the day, death feels distant, abstract, pushed aside by tasks and noise. At night, when the world softens, the idea no longer needs to be avoided. The body already knows how to release. Muscles relax. Awareness fades. Control dissolves. The process begins every night, quietly, without announcement. Night meditation becomes powerful when you stop resisting this natural fading. Instead of clinging to consciousness, you allow yourself to drift without fear, not forcing sleep, not holding on to thought, simply allowing awareness to become lighter. This is not about imagining death. It is about practicing non-resistance. The same resistance that fuels anxiety during the day shows up at night as tension, fear of losing control, Fear of stopping. Fear of disappearing into silence. When you stop fighting this, the fear has nothing to stand on. The Stoics believed fear of death comes from attachment to identity, to the idea of me that must remain solid and continuous. Night gently challenges this idea. Every time you fall asleep, the sense of self dissolves. You do not monitor it. You do not protect it. And yet, you wake up. This realization is deeply calming. It teaches the nervous system that release does not mean annihilation, that letting go is safe, that rest is not loss. When the body learns this lesson, anxiety loses one of its strongest roots. Night meditation, as rehearsal, means allowing the mind to experience impermanence without panic. Thoughts slow, memory fades, planning stops. This is not failure. It is alignment with nature, the same nature that brings all things to rest. There is humility here. You accept that consciousness itself is temporary each night, that you are not required to stay alert to exist, that life continues even when you are not watching it. This acceptance softens the constant pressure to be in control. The ego often resists this process. It wants to stay awake. It wants to keep identity intact. It wants to remain relevant. Practicing memento mori at rest means letting the ego fall asleep too, not silencing it aggressively, but allowing it to dissolve naturally. This practice also changes how you relate to time. The future stops pulling. The past stops calling. There is only the quiet present, slowly thinning out. This thinning is peaceful when allowed. It feels like sinking into something supportive. The Stoics did not see death as an enemy. They saw it as a return to the same stillness you visit every night. This does not make life meaningless. It makes it precious. When you stop fearing the end, you stop rushing through the middle. Night meditation teaches acceptance without words. The body learns through experience. It learns that nothing bad happens when awareness fades, that safety does not require constant vigilance, that peace exists beyond thought. This understanding has a powerful effect on daytime anxiety. When fear arises, the mind remembers the night. It remembers how letting go felt safe, how silence was not threatening, how control was unnecessary. This memory weakens fear's authority. There is also gratitude that arises naturally, not forced appreciation, but quiet respect for being here at all, for having this moment before rest, for being part of a rhythm larger than personal plans. As night deepens, the meditation becomes less about doing and more about allowing. You are not practicing death as an event, but as a skill, the skill of release, the skill of trust, the skill of not clinging. Eventually, thoughts thin out. Awareness becomes soft. There is no dramatic shift, no grand realization, just a gentle easing. This is how stillness arrives, unannounced, unforced. And as the mind rests in this quiet rehearsal, something profound happens. Fear loosens, attachment softens, the need to hold on fades. What remains is calm acceptance. From here, the path toward total mental stillness becomes clearer, not by adding effort, but by learning how to let go completely. Night after night, breath after breath, until rest is no longer resisted, and silence feels like home. As the mind grows familiar with letting go, another habit quietly asks for attention, a habit so common it often goes unnoticed. The need for answers, the urge to resolve, conclude, explain, and understand everything before rest is allowed. When this urge is not met, the mind stays alert, scanning for closure that never arrives. Many nights are lost not to fear, but to unanswered questions. Questions about choices made, about conversations that felt incomplete, about futures that remain uncertain. The mind treats these open loops as unfinished business, as if sleep must wait until everything makes sense. This belief keeps the inner world awake long after the body is ready to rest. The Stoics understood that peace does not come from having answers. It comes from knowing which questions do not need them. Life does not unfold like a puzzle meant to be solved before nightfall. Much of it remains unresolved by design. When the mind refuses to accept this, tension builds. Training the mind to accept unanswered questions begins with recognizing how little control answers actually give. Many answers arrive too late to change anything. Others create new questions. Some never arrive at all. Waiting for certainty before resting only teaches the mind to stay vigilant. At night, this vigilance becomes unnecessary. The day has ended. Action has paused. Nothing requires resolution right now. When a question arises, instead of chasing it, you notice the sensation it creates. The tightness, the urgency, the feeling that something is wrong because it is unknown. You do not argue with the question. You do not try to answer it. You simply let it exist without response. This is difficult at first. The mind is used to solving. It believes unanswered questions are threats. But when you stay present, something shifts. The urgency fades. The question remains unanswered, yet nothing collapses. This experience teaches the nervous system an important lesson. Uncertainty is not danger. Not knowing does not require immediate action. The body relaxes when it realizes it is safe, even without clarity. Many questions that appear at night are not meant to be answered. They are expressions of fear, disguised as curiosity. Fear of regret, fear of loss, fear of future pain. When you try to answer them, you reinforce the fear. When you allow them to pass, the fear loses its grip. The Stoics practiced acceptance of uncertainty as a form of strength. They knew that demanding answers from life creates suffering. Accepting mystery creates calm. This does not mean abandoning reason. It means choosing the right time for it. Night is not the time for problem solving. It is the time for release. Training the mind to accept this boundary protects rest. It teaches the brain when to switch modes. You may notice the mind creating scenarios. What if this happens? What if that never changes? These are not questions seeking truth. They are habits seeking attention. You do not need to entertain them. You let them drift by like distant sounds. Over time, the mind learns that unanswered questions do not pile up. They dissolve when not fed. Some answers arrive naturally with time. Others lose relevance. Many turn out not to matter at all. There is also humility in accepting unanswered questions. You acknowledge that life is larger than your understanding, that control is limited. This humility softens the pressure to always be right or prepared. As this practice deepens, nights become quieter. Thoughts still arise, but they no longer demand resolution. The mind becomes comfortable with open space, with pauses, with silence that does not need to be filled. This comfort carries into daily life. You become less reactive to uncertainty. You stop rushing to conclusions. You respond with patience instead of panic. This is mental strength, not weakness. Before sleep, accepting unanswered questions is an act of trust. Trust that life continues without your supervision. Trust that rest is allowed even when things are unfinished. trust that clarity does not require exhaustion. As the questions fade into the background, awareness becomes simple. Breath becomes steady. The body settles more deeply. Stillness expands. And in that stillness, the mind prepares to move even further from the need to control and closer to the ability to rest. Not because everything is solved, but because nothing needs to be. This is how peace begins to feel natural. When the mind learns that it can sleep without answers, it finally gives itself permission to be quiet. As unanswered questions lose their urgency, the mind begins to reveal another habit that keeps it awake. A quiet reaching forward. A constant leaning into what has not happened yet. Even when the body is here, in the stillness of night, attention often lives somewhere else, in tomorrow. There is a subtle tension that comes from living ahead of yourself, planning conversations, rehearsing outcomes, preparing for moments that may never arrive. This habit feels responsible, even protective, but at night it becomes a burden. The mind refuses to rest because it believes the future needs supervision. Detaching from tomorrow does not mean neglecting responsibility. It means recognizing timing. There is a time to prepare and a time to be present. Night belongs to the present. When you bring tomorrow into it, you blur that boundary and disturb the natural rhythm of rest. The Stoics believed much suffering comes from living in a future that does not yet exist. Anxiety feeds on projection. It pulls attention away from what is real and replaces it with imagined demands. When the lights go out and the world slows, this projection becomes obvious. Nothing is happening, yet the mind acts as if something must be managed. This is where the practice begins. You notice thoughts about tomorrow without following them, not pushing them away, not indulging them, simply seeing them as mental movements, not instructions. Tomorrow often shows up disguised as responsibility. The mind says, I need to think about this now, or if I don't plan, something will go wrong. These thoughts feel convincing, but when examined calmly, they reveal a deeper belief, that rest is unsafe. Detaching from tomorrow teaches the nervous system that safety does not depend on constant anticipation, that the body can rest even when the future is uncertain. This lesson is learned through experience, not logic. At night, there is nothing you can do about tomorrow that you cannot do better with rest. This simple truth softens the urge to plan. You remind yourself that clarity improves after sleep, not before it. As you allow tomorrow to loosen its grip, attention returns to the present, not the dramatic present, but the quiet one, the feeling of breath, the weight of the body, the stillness of the room. These sensations ground awareness without effort. The present moment at night is gentle. It does not demand performance. It does not require decisions. When you settle into it, the mind stops racing ahead. Time feels slower, spacious, less threatening. The Stoics practiced focusing on what is within reach. At night, tomorrow is not within reach. Trying to grasp it only creates tension. When you accept this boundary, the mind relaxes. Detaching from tomorrow also reduces self-pressure. Many worries about the future are tied to expectations of who you must be: successful, prepared, in control. At night, you are allowed to set these expectations down. You do not need to be anything right now. There is relief in giving tomorrow back to time. You are not abandoning it. You are postponing engagement until it actually exists. This postponement is an act of wisdom, not avoidance. As this practice deepens, you may notice resistance. The mind may insist that something important will be forgotten. But with repetition, trust grows. You see that nothing essential is lost when you rest. In fact, what is essential becomes clearer. Detaching from tomorrow creates a clean mental space. Without future projections, the present becomes complete. There is nothing missing, nothing to prepare for. This completeness is deeply calming. This practice also strengthens your ability to be present during the day. When you learn to detach at night, you carry that skill forward. You become less consumed by what's next. You engage more fully with what's here. Night after night, the mind learns a new pattern. Future thoughts arise, but they no longer pull attention away. They pass through like distant echoes. Awareness stays grounded. Eventually, present stillness becomes familiar, not forced, not fragile. It feels natural to rest without scanning ahead. The body responds with deeper relaxation. The breath slows on its own. This is not emptiness. It is fullness without noise. A quiet presence that does not reach forward or backward, just here. As tomorrow releases its hold, the mind becomes lighter. Stillness deepens. The night opens into a calm space where nothing is required. And in that space, awareness settles fully into the present, preparing the ground for an even deeper quiet. One where the mind no longer leans anywhere else, and rest becomes complete. As the pull of tomorrow loosens and the present becomes steady, the mind begins to turn inward in a quieter way, not forward, not outward, but gently back. This is where memory often waits, not the loud memories, but the subtle ones, the moments that still carry a charge, the choices you wish had landed differently, the small failures that never fully left. Night has a way of bringing these moments forward, not to punish you, but to be seen. Yet most people meet them with harshness, with judgment, with replay meant to hurt rather than understand. The Stoics offered a different approach, one that builds strength instead of shame. Reviewing moral failures without self-punishment is not about avoiding responsibility. It is about separating learning from cruelty. Many people confuse the two. They believe pain is proof of growth, that if reflection does not hurt, it does not work. This belief keeps the mind trapped in cycles of regret. The Stoics believed that character improves through clarity, not self-attack. At night, when the mind is softer, this clarity becomes possible. You look back at your actions without defending them and without condemning yourself. You see them as they were, human, imperfect, limited by circumstance, emotion, and knowledge at the time. This review begins by dropping the story. You do not explain why you failed. You do not justify it. You also do not label yourself because of it. You simply observe the action and its impact. This creates space between who you are and what you did. Self-punishment collapses this space. It turns a mistake into an identity. When this happens, the mind becomes defensive or hopeless. Learning stops. At night, this tension shows up as restlessness. The body stays alert because the mind feels under attack. Review without punishment feels different. It is calm, almost neutral. You acknowledge where you fell short, and you let the feeling exist without amplifying it. You do not demand that it disappear. You do not feed it with criticism. You let it be present, then let it pass. The Stoics practiced this kind of reflection regularly. They believed that seeing clearly was enough. That improvement comes naturally when awareness is honest and unburdened by shame. When the mind feels safe, it becomes willing to change. Night is the ideal time for this because there is no performance required. No one is watching. There is nothing to prove. The ego is quieter. This allows truth to surface without resistance. You may notice emotions arise: discomfort, sadness, regret. These emotions are not enemies. They are signals. When you do not punish yourself for feeling them, they soften. The nervous system relaxes because it is no longer bracing for judgment. This practice also restores proportion. Many failures feel larger at night because the mind isolates them. Reviewing them calmly places them back into context. One moment in a long life. One choice among many. This perspective reduces their weight. Self-punishment often comes from the belief that you should have known better. Stoic reflection replaces this with a more accurate understanding. You acted with the tools you had at the time. Now you have more. This is growth, not failure. As you practice this, something important changes. The mind stops fearing reflection. It no longer avoids looking inward. This reduces anxiety because nothing is being hidden or suppressed. You also begin to trust yourself more, not because you are perfect, but because you know you can face imperfection without collapsing. This trust is stabilizing. It quiets the inner critic that keeps the mind awake. Reviewing moral failures without self-punishment also prevents repetition. When mistakes are met with cruelty, the mind avoids them. When they are met with clarity, the mind learns from them. This learning carries forward naturally, without force. At night, after this gentle review, there is a sense of completion. You have looked honestly. You have not turned away. You have not attacked yourself. There is nothing left to argue with. The mind can rest. This practice aligns deeply with Stoic wisdom. You take responsibility for what was within your control. You release what was not. You do not demand perfection from a human being. You ask only for awareness. Over time, this approach changes your relationship with yourself. You become less afraid of mistakes, less reactive to guilt, more steady in reflection. This steadiness carries into sleep. As the review ends, the past loosens its grip, not because it was erased, but because it was integrated. The mind no longer needs to replay it. Stillness deepens when nothing is being fought. When even failure is allowed to exist without punishment, the inner world becomes calmer. And from this calmer place, the mind prepares to move further into rest, lighter, clearer, free from the weight of self-attack, ready to release even more. As self-punishment fades and the past loosens its grip, something quieter remains. Not thoughts, not stories, but feeling. The kind that does not come with words. The emotional residue of the day that settles into the body when everything else goes silent. Even after the day is allowed to end, traces remain. A tightness in the chest without a clear reason. A heaviness in the stomach. A faint restlessness that does not explain itself. Most people rush to name these sensations: stress, sadness, anger. But naming is another form of control, and control, even subtle, keeps the mind active. The Stoics understood that not every inner movement needs interpretation. Some experiences pass more easily when left untouched. Observing emotional residue without naming it is an advanced form of rest. It allows emotions to complete themselves without being turned into stories. Emotions often outlive the events that created them. A conversation ends, but the body still carries its echo. A moment of pressure passes, but tension lingers. When the mind tries to label these sensations, it pulls them back into thought. The feeling becomes a problem to solve instead of a process to finish. At night, When the mind is already slowing, you can choose a different approach. You notice the sensation directly, where it lives, how it moves, whether it changes. You do not ask what it is. You do not ask why it is there. You simply allow it to exist as sensation. This is uncomfortable at first because the mind is used to naming as a way of gaining distance, but naming often freezes emotions in place. When you stop naming, something unexpected happens. The sensation begins to shift on its own. The body knows how to release emotion when it is not interrupted. When you observe without labeling, you give the nervous system permission to regulate itself. The sensation may soften, it may spread, it may fade, or it may simply exist quietly until it no longer needs attention. This practice requires patience. Emotional residue does not respond to force. It responds to safety. When the mind stops trying to define or judge what is being felt, the body relaxes its defenses. The Stoics believed that suffering increases when we add interpretation to experience. At night, interpretation becomes unnecessary. There is nothing to analyze, no action required. Observing without naming keeps the mind simple and grounded. You may notice the urge to explain, to connect the feeling to a memory or event. This urge is natural. You acknowledge it without following it. You return attention to the raw sensation, not to suppress thought, but to let feeling complete its own cycle. This practice also reduces emotional build-up over time. When feelings are allowed to pass each night without being stored as stories, they do not accumulate. The mind becomes lighter. Sleep becomes deeper. There is a quiet trust that develops here. Trust in the body's wisdom. Trust that not everything needs understanding to be resolved. This trust calms the background anxiety that often lingers without a clear source. Observing emotional residue without naming also builds emotional resilience. You learn that you can be with feeling without being overwhelmed by it. This confidence reduces fear of your inner world. Night after night, this practice retrains attention. You stop scanning for explanations. You stop trying to fix what is already unwinding. The present moment becomes sufficient. The simplicity of this approach is its strength. Nothing is added. Nothing is taken away. You are not trying to feel better. You are allowing feeling to finish. As awareness rests with sensation, the mind naturally quiets. Thoughts slow because they are no longer being fed by interpretation. Silence grows without effort. This silence is not empty. It is alive with subtle movement, breath, sensation, presence. The body settles deeper because it no longer feels monitored. Eventually, the emotional residue dissolves into the background, not forced out, not analyzed away, simply completed. And when nothing remains that needs to be named, explained, or understood, the mind rests more fully. Stillness becomes effortless. From here, the inner world grows quieter, not because emotions are gone, but because they are allowed to come and go freely. This freedom marks another step toward total mental stillness, a stillness that does not avoid feeling, but allows it to pass without leaving a trace. As emotional residue settles and no longer asks to be named, the inner space becomes quieter but more alive. In this quiet, thoughts still appear, not as noise, not as enemies, but as movements passing through awareness. This is where many people make a subtle mistake. They try to stop thinking. They try to push silence into place. And in doing so, they disturb the very stillness they are seeking. Stoic silence is not the absence of thought. It is the absence of interference. The Stoics did not aim to silence the mind by force. They trained it by listening without reacting, by allowing thoughts to speak without answering them. This kind of silence is active, not empty. It is awareness without participation. At night, when the world offers no distractions, thoughts rise naturally. Memories surface, fragments of conversation, random images, planning impulses. The habit is to follow them, judge them, or try to replace them with something calmer. Stoic silence asks for none of this. It asks only that you listen. Listening to thought without interference means you do not interrupt, argue, or improve it. You do not label it as good or bad. You do not try to calm it down. You allow it to unfold as it wants to, knowing it will end on its own. This feels unfamiliar at first. The mind is used to being involved. When you stop interfering, it may grow louder for a moment. It may repeat itself. It may test your attention. This is not a problem. It is a habit losing its audience. Thoughts continue because they expect engagement. When engagement stops, they lose momentum. This does not happen instantly. It happens gradually, as the mind realizes there is no response coming. Stoic silence is built on trust. Trust that awareness does not need to manage thought to remain safe. Trust that thought is not dangerous when observed. This trust allows the nervous system to relax. There is a subtle difference between watching thought and waiting for it to end. Waiting creates tension. Watching creates space. You are not hoping for silence. You are allowing whatever appears. The Stoics believed that most suffering comes not from thoughts themselves, but from the judgments we attach to them. When you listen without interference, judgments do not form. Thought passes through awareness like sound through air. You may notice gaps between thoughts. Do not reach for them. Do not celebrate them. Interference can be positive too. Silence grows when it is ignored. Listening without interference also reveals the impersonal nature of thought. You see how thoughts arise on their own, how they are not chosen, how they dissolve without instruction. This realization loosens identification. You stop believing every thought belongs to you. At night, this practice becomes especially powerful. There is nothing to act on, nothing to decide. Thoughts have no function here. When they are allowed to speak without response, they naturally quiet. This silence is not dull. It is alert and open. Awareness remains present. You are not drifting. You are resting in clarity. The ego may try to reclaim attention. It may comment on the process. It may evaluate how well you are doing. You treat these thoughts the same way. You listen without interference. Even the ego grows quiet when it is not fed. Over time, this practice changes your relationship with the mind. You stop seeing it as something to control. You stop fearing its activity. This reduces inner conflict. Conflict is noise. When conflict ends, silence deepens. Listening without interference also teaches patience. Thoughts do not disappear on your schedule. They fade when they are done. This patience carries into life. You become less reactive, less compelled to respond immediately. There is a moment, often unnoticed, when the stream of thought slows. Not because you pushed it, but because it no longer has energy. Awareness remains, steady and calm. In this state, silence is not something you enter. It is something that reveals itself when interference ends. The Stoics practiced this kind of listening to develop inner freedom. When thought no longer dictates reaction, you are free. Free to rest, free to choose. free to be present. At night, this freedom feels like deep relief. The mind stops working against itself. Awareness rests without effort. Thought may still appear occasionally. It no longer disturbs the stillness. It passes like a ripple on calm water. This is Stoic silence, not forced quiet, not mental emptiness, but a steady listening that asks for nothing and resists nothing. And as this listening continues, the mind settles into a deeper stillness, one that does not depend on silence, but allows silence to arise naturally. From here, rest becomes profound. The inner world grows calm without struggle, and the path toward total mental stillness continues to unfold, guided not by control, but by understanding. As silence becomes familiar and thoughts no longer demand reaction, another quiet impulse begins to surface. It is subtle, but persistent. The need to be seen, to be approved of, to be confirmed as enough. During the day, this need hides behind effort and interaction. At night, with no audience left, it often becomes louder. Validation is one of the strongest habits of the mind. It looks harmless, even healthy, wanting to be appreciated, wanting to matter. But when the need for validation goes unchecked, it keeps the inner world restless. The mind keeps replaying moments, searching for signs, approval given, approval withheld, words that should have been said, reactions that were missed. Night meditation creates a rare condition where validation cannot be obtained. No one is watching, no one is responding, no feedback arrives. This absence is not a lack, it is a training ground. The Stoics believed that dependence on external approval weakens inner stability. When your sense of worth depends on others, peace becomes fragile. It rises and falls with opinion. At night, this dependency becomes clear because there is nothing left to lean on. Weakening the need for validation does not mean becoming cold or isolated. It means learning to rest without being measured. It means allowing yourself to exist without confirmation. During night meditation, thoughts about how you were perceived may arise. Did I say the right thing? Did I disappoint someone? Did I do enough? These thoughts are invitations to seek validation internally when it is no longer available externally. Instead of answering these thoughts, you observe the sensation beneath them. Often it is tension, a tightness that wants reassurance. You do not argue with it. You do not reassure it. You let it be present without feeding it. This feels uncomfortable at first. The mind is used to being soothed by approval. When that soothing does not arrive, the need intensifies briefly. This is not failure. It is exposure. The habit is revealing itself fully. As you stay present, something important happens. The discomfort does not grow endlessly. It peaks, then it softens. The body realizes it is safe even without validation. This realization is deeply calming. The Stoics practiced self-sufficiency of judgment. They believed your own reasoned assessment matters more than praise or criticism. Night meditation strengthens this by removing all external reference points. You are left with yourself alone. In this quiet, you begin to notice how often validation-seeking thoughts are automatic. They are not truths. They are learned patterns. When not reinforced, they weaken. There is also relief in realizing you do not need to evaluate your worth at night. You are not required to earn rest. You are not required to justify your existence. This permission loosens the grip of self-monitoring. As validation-seeking loses strength, the mind becomes quieter. There is less replaying, less comparison, less mental checking. Attention turns inward, not to judge, but to rest. This practice changes how you relate to others as well. When you no longer rely on validation to feel stable, interactions become lighter. You listen more, you perform less, you speak more honestly. Night meditation teaches the nervous system a powerful lesson. Worth is not something granted. It is something assumed. This assumption does not come from confidence-building exercises. It comes from resting without proof. You may notice moments of emptiness when validation is absent. Do not fill them. Emptiness is not lack. It is space where self-approval can grow naturally. The Stoics believed true confidence is quiet. It does not announce itself. It does not seek confirmation. Night meditation cultivates this quiet confidence by removing all external mirrors. Over time, the need for validation softens. It does not disappear completely. It becomes less urgent, less convincing. When it appears, you recognize it as habit, not necessity. This reduces anxiety significantly. Much anxiety comes from imagined judgment. When validation loses importance, judgment loses power. The mind relaxes. At night, as this practice deepens, the inner world feels simpler. You are no longer negotiating your worth. You are no longer rehearsing approval. You are simply here. This simplicity is stabilizing. It allows deeper stillness to emerge, stillness that does not depend on praise or reassurance. As the need for validation weakens, silence grows stronger. Not empty silence, but grounded silence. A silence that holds you without asking you to be anything else. And from this place of quiet self-sufficiency, the mind prepares to release even more. Less comparison, less effort, more rest. The night becomes a place where you no longer seek to be seen, only to be. And in that being, total mental stillness moves closer, naturally and without force. As the need for validation loosens and the inner world grows quieter, another deeply rooted habit begins to surface. The habit of control, not the obvious kind that plans schedules or solves problems, but the subtle kind that keeps the mind alert, managing life even when nothing is required. At night, when there is nothing left to direct, this habit often refuses to stand down. Many people believe control is strength, that letting go means losing grip on life. The Stoics understood something different. They knew that control, when applied at the wrong time, becomes weakness. Night is not meant for command. It is meant for release. Releasing control at night does not make you careless. It makes you precise. It teaches the mind when to act and when to rest. Without this boundary, the mind stays in a constant state of readiness, exhausting itself and dulling its effectiveness. Control at night often shows up as mental supervision, monitoring thoughts, adjusting feelings, trying to steer the mind toward calm. Ironically, this effort keeps the mind active. It sends a signal that something is wrong and must be managed. The Stoics believed wisdom lies in knowing what is within your control and when. At night, almost nothing is. You cannot fix the past. You cannot act on the future. You cannot force rest. Recognizing this is not giving up. It is aligning with reality. Releasing control begins by allowing the mind to be as it is. Thoughts may wander, emotions may rise, sensations may shift. You do not direct them. You do not correct them. You do not improve them. You allow them to move without interference. This can feel uncomfortable. The mind is used to being in charge. When you stop managing, it may protest. It may create urgency. It may try to convince you that something important is being neglected. This is habit, not truth. As you stay with this practice, the body responds. Muscles soften, breath deepens. The nervous system receives a clear message. Vigilance is no longer required. This message cannot be reasoned into place. It must be felt. Releasing control at night strengthens control by day because it restores balance. A mind that never rests becomes rigid. A mind that rests deeply becomes responsive. When control is reserved for moments that need it, it becomes sharper. The Stoics trained themselves to relinquish what could not be governed. At night, this includes thoughts, sensations, and outcomes. When you stop trying to regulate them, they settle naturally. There is also trust built here. Trust in the body's ability to rest. Trust in the mind's ability to self-regulate. Trust that not everything requires your intervention. This trust reduces anxiety and improves clarity. Many people fear that letting go at night will lead to loss of discipline. The opposite is true. When the mind experiences true release, it returns to action, refreshed and focused. Control becomes intentional instead of compulsive. This practice also reveals how often control is used to avoid discomfort. At night, when control is released, mild unease may surface. Instead of fixing it, you let it exist. This teaches the mind that discomfort does not need immediate correction. Over time, this changes your relationship with stress. You stop reacting automatically. You pause. You choose. This is real control, not constant management. Releasing control also quiets the inner critic. Much self-judgment comes from trying to control how you should feel or think. When control is set down, judgment loses its foundation. The night becomes a space where nothing is being steered. Awareness floats freely. This freedom is not chaotic. It is ordered by nature. The body knows how to move toward rest when not interrupted. As this practice deepens, sleep arrives more easily. Not because you forced relaxation, but because nothing is resisting it. The mind stops gripping. This carries into waking life. You notice that you respond more calmly. You are less reactive. You choose when to engage instead of feeling compelled to. The Stoics saw rest as part of discipline, not its opposite. By releasing control at night, you preserve your ability to act wisely by day. Eventually, letting go becomes familiar. Control is no longer your default state. It becomes a tool used when appropriate. The night teaches this lesson gently, by showing you that nothing falls apart when you stop managing everything, that safety does not depend on constant effort. As control releases, stillness deepens. Not forced stillness, but natural quiet. Awareness remains present without direction. And in this quiet, the mind learns its final lesson for the night. That true strength is not holding on, but knowing when to let go. From here, rest becomes complete. The inner world settles into a calm that carries forward, strengthening clarity, discipline, and balance when the day begins again. As control is gently set down and nothing is being directed anymore, another habit becomes visible. A habit so quiet it often feels like part of who you are. The habit of holding on to ideas, to comfort, to identity, to the sense of mine. When the day ends and effort stops, attachment is often the last thing the mind refuses to release. Inner poverty is a Stoic practice that sounds harsh, but feels surprisingly light. It does not mean lacking. It means loosening ownership. It means resting without clinging to what usually defines you. Night is the perfect place for this practice because nothing is being used, proven, or protected. During the day, attachment hides behind usefulness. You need your role, your opinions, your plans, your routines. At night, none of these are required, yet the mind still holds them close, afraid that letting go means losing something important. Practicing inner poverty before sleep means allowing yourself to have nothing to manage, nothing to possess, nothing to be for a while. Not forever, just for the night. This begins with noticing what the mind is still gripping. It may be an idea about who you are, a concern about what you own, a fear of losing comfort, respect, or control. You do not push these away. You simply recognize them as attachments. The Stoics believed attachment creates suffering because it ties peace to conditions. When peace depends on having, protecting, or maintaining something, rest becomes fragile. Inner poverty breaks this dependency gently. At night, you practice by mentally setting things down, not by rejecting them, but by acknowledging that they do not need to accompany you into rest. You are allowed to sleep without your titles, achievements, worries, or expectations. This can feel unsettling at first. The mind equates attachment with safety. When you loosen it, there may be a brief sense of emptiness. This emptiness is not loss. It is space. Inner poverty teaches the nervous system that safety does not come from possession. It comes from presence. When nothing is being held tightly, the body relaxes deeply. You may notice thoughts like, "What if I lose this?" or "What if I am nothing without that?" These thoughts are expressions of fear, not truth. You do not answer them. You let them pass. This practice also reduces emotional attachment. Feelings that usually define you are allowed to come and go. You do not claim them. You do not build identity around them. They are experiences, not possessions. The Stoics practiced inner poverty to prepare for change. When you are not attached, change loses its power to disturb you. At night, this preparation happens naturally. The world already withdraws. You simply follow. Inner poverty does not make life dull. It makes it lighter. When you stop clinging, enjoyment becomes cleaner, less anxious, more present. Before sleep, practicing inner poverty might feel like becoming invisible to yourself. This invisibility is restful. You are no longer watching yourself, no longer evaluating, no longer guarding an image. This allows the mind to settle without effort. Thoughts slow because they have nothing to defend. Emotions soften because they are not being owned. There is also humility here. You recognize that everything you usually attach to is temporary. Roles change. Comfort shifts. Identity evolves. Accepting this before sleep prevents shock when change arrives. Inner poverty creates resilience. When you practice having less mentally, you fear loss less. This reduces background anxiety and deepens calm. The night becomes a space where you are not someone with something. You are simply awareness at rest. This simplicity is deeply soothing. Over time, this practice changes how you relate to life. You enjoy without gripping. You care without clinging. You act without over-identifying. At night, the benefit is immediate. The mind stops inventorying. It stops guarding. It stops comparing. There is nothing to protect. This does not mean you stop valuing things. It means you stop letting them own you. There is freedom in this distinction. As inner poverty deepens, the body responds with profound relaxation. Sleep becomes deeper. Dreams become calmer. The mind feels clean when you wake. The Stoics believed that those who need little are hardest to disturb. Practicing this at night builds that strength quietly. You are not rehearsing loss. You are rehearsing independence. Independence from constant mental grasping. As the night continues, attachments loosen further. Not because you force them away, but because you no longer need them here. Stillness expands when nothing is being held. Awareness rests without tension. From this place of inner simplicity, the mind is ready to move even deeper into quiet. Free from possession, free from identity, free from the need to hold on. And as inner poverty becomes familiar, total mental stillness no longer feels distant. It feels natural, like returning to something you forgot was always available when you finally let everything else rest. As attachments loosen and the mind grows lighter, one last weight often drifts into awareness. Not loud, not dramatic, just persistent. Regret. Not the sharp kind that demands attention, but the quiet kind that sits in the background, reminding you of what could have been different. Regret has a way of surviving even when everything else has been released. It hides behind reflection. It pretends to be wisdom. But most of the time, it is simply the mind replaying the past with information it did not have at the time. At night, when defenses are down, regret often tries to take the stage. The Stoics did not deny regret. They refused to give it power. They understood that regret becomes harmful only when it is mixed with judgment, when observation turns into self-attack, when memory turns into identity. Transforming regret into neutral observation begins by changing how you look at the past. You are not revisiting it to punish yourself. You are not revisiting it to rewrite it. You are simply seeing it clearly, without emotional charge. Regret usually carries a sentence that begins with, "I should have." This sentence assumes perfect knowledge. It assumes control that never existed. At night, you can gently remove this assumption. You remind yourself that every choice was made with limited information, limited energy, and limited awareness. Neutral observation means looking at a past moment the same way you would look at weather that already passed. You do not blame the sky for rain. You do not praise it for sunshine. You acknowledge what happened and move on.
This does not mean indifference. It means accuracy. Regret exaggerates responsibility. Neutral observation restores proportion.
When regret arises, you notice where it lives in the body. Often it appears as a heaviness or tightness. You stay with the sensation without naming it as regret. You do not follow the story. You observe the physical response. This alone changes the experience. The body begins to release what the mind stops feeding. Without judgment, the sensation softens. The Stoics believed wisdom grows when emotion is separated from evaluation. You can learn from the past without reliving it. This distinction is crucial for rest. At night, learning is complete. Action is paused. There is nothing to correct. Regret has no function here. Seeing this clearly weakens its grip. You may notice the mind trying to argue, trying to prove that regret is necessary, that it prevents future mistakes. But punishment does not create wisdom. Awareness does. Neutral observation allows insight without suffering. You see patterns without shame. You recognize limits without bitterness. This is how growth actually happens. Regret often lingers because it was never allowed to finish. It was interrupted by self-judgment. When you observe neutrally, the process completes. The emotion runs its course and dissolves. This practice also restores compassion, not forced compassion, honest compassion. You see yourself as a human being operating within constraints. This view is calming, not indulgent. As regret loses its emotional charge, it becomes information, and information does not disturb sleep. Night after night, this practice retrains the mind. Memories arise, but they no longer hook attention. They pass through awareness like neutral images. This creates a sense of cleanliness in the inner world. The past is not erased. It is integrated. The Stoics believe that peace comes from agreement with reality. Regret is disagreement with what already happened. Neutral observation is acceptance. Acceptance does not mean approval. It means ending the fight. When the fight ends, energy returns. As this energy returns, the body relaxes further. Breath deepens. Muscles soften. The mind no longer braces against memory. You begin to trust yourself more. Not because you never failed, but because you know you can look at failure without collapsing. This trust is stabilizing. Neutral observation also prevents future regret. When you stop punishing yourself, you stop acting from fear. You act with clarity instead. At night, this clarity translates into stillness. The mind no longer needs to revisit the past to protect the future. Regret transforms quietly, not into pride, not into justification, but into calm understanding. And when understanding replaces judgment, the inner world becomes gentle, safe, quiet. As the night deepens, there is less to revisit, less to fix, less to defend. The past takes its rightful place behind you. Stillness expands when nothing is being argued with, when even regret is allowed to exist without weight. From here, the mind moves closer to total mental stillness, not by forgetting the past, but by finally laying it down without punishment. The night becomes a place where memory no longer wounds, where learning no longer hurts, where rest is no longer interrupted by what cannot be changed. And in that calm acceptance, the mind prepares to release even the last traces of resistance, settling into a quiet that feels earned, natural, and deeply restorative. As regret softens and the past rests without weight, the mind becomes clearer about something it often resists seeing. How much effort was spent trying to manage what was never yours to command? At night, when action has ended, this truth becomes easier to face, not with frustration, but with relief. There is a quiet exhaustion that comes from carrying responsibility that never belonged to you. Other people's reactions, outcomes shaped by chance, timing you could not control. During the day, these feel negotiable. At night, they reveal themselves as fixed. And this realization, when approached gently, becomes freeing. The Stoics placed great importance on distinguishing what was within your control from what never was. They believed peace depends on this clarity. Without it, the mind stays tense, replaying moments where it tried to steer life beyond its reach. Nightly reflection on what was never in your control is not about listing failures. It is about returning misplaced effort. You look back at the day and notice where tension came from, trying to influence things that had their own path. This reflection is quiet. You are not analyzing deeply. You simply recognize patterns. Moments where you hoped for a reaction. Moments where you feared an outcome. Moments where you waited for things to unfold differently. You do not judge yourself for these moments. You acknowledge them. The body often reacts first. A soft release, a deeper breath. Muscles let go when the mind admits the truth, that you were never meant to control everything. This practice removes a heavy burden. Much anxiety comes from confusing influence with responsibility. You can influence outcomes without owning them. When the mind forgets this, it takes on unnecessary weight. At night, you can return this weight to where it belongs, to chance, to other people, to timing, to life itself. The Stoics believed accepting limits is a form of wisdom, not weakness. Knowing where your power ends protects your energy. When you reflect on what was never in your control, you conserve strength instead of wasting it on resistance. This reflection also softens self-criticism. Many harsh judgments are built on false responsibility. When you see clearly what was outside your reach, blame loses its foundation. You may notice thoughts saying, "I should have made it happen." You meet these thoughts calmly. You ask, without accusation, "Was this truly mine to decide?" Often the answer is no, and that answer brings relief. Nightly reflection does not mean disengaging from life. It means engaging wisely. You care where you can act. You release where you cannot. As this becomes familiar, the mind stops replaying scenarios. It stops rehearsing alternate realities. There is nothing left to argue with. The nervous system responds to this clarity immediately. Vigilance drops. The body no longer braces against imagined responsibility. This practice also builds resilience. When you accept limits at night, you face uncertainty during the day with less fear. You do what you can and let the rest unfold. The Stoics trained themselves to focus effort only where it mattered. At night, effort is no longer useful. Reflection replaces action. Acceptance replaces struggle. You may notice a subtle sadness when you see how much energy was spent trying to control the uncontrollable. Let this sadness exist without turning it into regret. It is part of release. As awareness rests with this truth, the mind becomes lighter. There is less to manage, less to correct, less to anticipate. Nightly reflection on what was never in your control restores balance. It separates effort from outcome, intention from result, action from fate. This separation is deeply calming. It gives the mind permission to stop monitoring life after hours. Over time, this practice changes how you live. You become more present, less reactive. You respond instead of resist. At night, the benefit is immediate. Thoughts slow because they are no longer fueled by false responsibility. Silence grows naturally. This silence is not emptiness. It is relief. Relief from carrying what was never yours. As the night deepens, the mind rests more fully. There is nothing left to hold accountable, nothing left to fix. The Stoics believe that peace comes from agreement with reality. Reality includes limits. Accepting them brings rest. When you stop fighting what was never in your control, the inner world becomes spacious, calm, steady. From this place, the mind moves closer to total mental stillness. Not because life became predictable, but because you stopped demanding that it be. The night holds this lesson gently. You do not force it. You simply see it. And in seeing it, you let go. What remains is quiet acceptance. A mind that knows where it ends and where life begins. And in that knowing, stillness settles deeply, preparing you to rest without tension, without struggle, and without the weight of responsibility that never belonged to you. As responsibility loosens and the mind finally stops carrying what was never its burden, a new discomfort quietly appears. It is softer than anxiety, less sharp than regret, yet deeply ingrained. The discomfort of being alone with nothing to consume, no sound, no screen, no distraction, waiting to soften the silence. Most minds today are trained to rest only when entertained. Noise becomes a bridge between thought and sleep. Stories replace stillness. Stimulation fills the gaps where awareness might settle. When entertainment is removed, the mind often feels exposed, almost restless, as if something essential is missing. The Stoics lived very differently. They did not treat silence as a problem to solve. They treated it as a condition to train for. They understood that a mind unable to rest without stimulation is a mind that does not truly rest at all. Training the mind to rest without entertainment begins by noticing the reflex, the urge to reach for sound, the impulse to fill space. This reflex is not a flaw, it is a habit built over time. Night is where this habit becomes most visible. When entertainment is removed, the mind initially resists. It creates boredom. It generates random thoughts. It searches for something to hold on to. This is not a sign that silence is harmful. It is a sign that the mind has forgotten how to be still on its own. The Stoics believed boredom is not emptiness, but untrained attention. When attention is not directed outward, it does not know where to rest. Training begins by allowing this discomfort without correcting it. You do not replace entertainment with effort. You do not force calm. You simply stay present. You notice the urge to reach. You let it pass without acting on it. This small act weakens the dependency. At first, the mind may feel louder without distraction. Thoughts appear rapidly. Images surface. This is normal. Entertainment usually masks this activity. Without it, the mind reveals its natural movement. Observing this without judgment allows it to settle. There is also a deeper fear beneath the need for entertainment, the fear of being alone with yourself, of facing silence without escape. Night meditation gently exposes this fear, not to overwhelm you, but to dissolve it. As you remain without entertainment, the nervous system slowly recalibrates. It learns that stimulation is not required for safety, that quiet is not danger. This lesson cannot be learned intellectually. It must be experienced. The body responds first. Breath deepens. Muscles soften. The constant low-level alertness begins to fade. This happens not because you did something, but because you stopped adding input. The Stoics believed true freedom begins when you are no longer dependent on external conditions to feel okay. Rest without entertainment is a powerful expression of this freedom. You are not waiting for something to happen. You are allowing what is already here. This practice also sharpens awareness. Without entertainment, subtle sensations become noticeable. The rhythm of breathing, the weight of the body, the quiet pulse of presence. These sensations anchor attention naturally. Over time, the urge for distraction weakens, not because you suppressed it, but because it no longer serves a purpose. The mind learns that stillness is sufficient. This has a profound effect on sleep. Instead of drifting off through exhaustion or distraction, you fall asleep through release. Sleep becomes deeper, more restorative. Training the mind to rest without entertainment also carries into waking life. You become less reactive to boredom, less dependent on constant stimulation. You can be present without reaching for something to fill the moment. The Stoics valued simplicity because it reveals truth. Entertainment complicates the inner world. Silence simplifies it. There may be moments where the mind insists that rest without entertainment is dull or empty. You do not argue. You let the experience speak for itself. With time, silence reveals its depth. This silence is not lifeless. It is rich with calm. It holds awareness gently. It does not demand attention. As nights pass, the mind becomes more comfortable with itself, less restless, less needy. This comfort is stability. When entertainment is no longer required, rest becomes unconditional. You do not need the right sound, the right story, the right distraction. You simply rest. This is a form of strength rarely practiced today. The ability to be with yourself without input, without noise, without escape. The Stoics trained for this because they knew life would eventually remove distractions. Practicing now prepares the mind to remain calm when silence is unavoidable. At night, this practice feels like relief. The effort to be entertained drops away. There is nothing to maintain, nothing to consume. As the mind rests without entertainment, stillness deepens. Awareness remains present, but relaxed. The inner world becomes spacious. From here, silence no longer feels empty. It feels complete. And in that completeness, the mind moves closer to total mental stillness, not because it was entertained into sleep, but because it finally remembered how to rest on its own. As the mind learns to rest without distraction, another layer quietly loosens. The layer that spent the entire day being someone, a role, a position, a name attached to expectations. When entertainment falls away, what often remains is the weight of how you were seen and who you had to be. Social roles are useful during the day. They organize life. They help society function. But at night, they become unnecessary baggage. Titles do not sleep. Status does not breathe. Reputation does not need rest. Yet the mind often carries these things into the dark as if they were part of the body. Many people do not realize how exhausting it is to constantly maintain a role. Professional, caregiver, leader, problem solver, strong one, reliable one. These identities feel solid during the day, but at night they reveal their true nature, temporary, contextual, fragile. The Stoics understood this deeply. They saw social roles as masks worn for practical reasons, not as truths about the self. At night, when no one is watching, these masks can finally be set down. Meditating on the insignificance of social roles does not mean rejecting responsibility. It means recognizing timing. The role exists when interaction exists. When interaction ends, the role has no function. As the night deepens, you can gently notice how the mind still introduces itself. Through thoughts like, I should be doing more, or people expect this from me, or this is who I am. These thoughts are not facts. They are echoes of roles that are currently inactive. You do not argue with these thoughts. You do not judge them. You simply recognize that they belong to a world that is now asleep. There is relief in realizing that nothing is required of you here. No performance, no image, no competence. You are not being evaluated. You are not being measured. The social world has paused. This pause reveals something important. Without roles, you do not disappear. Awareness remains. Breath continues. Presence stays intact. This shows how little those roles define your actual existence. The Stoics believed that suffering increases when identity becomes rigid. When you mistake a role for who you are, every threat to the role feels personal. At night, meditating on insignificance loosens this identification. Insignificance here does not mean worthlessness. It means scale. Your role is small compared to the vastness of life. This perspective is not depressing. It is calming. When you see your role as small, pressure dissolves. You no longer need to uphold an image while resting. The body responds by relaxing deeply. This practice also reduces social anxiety. Much anxiety comes from carrying imagined judgment into moments where it does not exist. At night, there is no audience. Realizing this helps the mind let go. You may notice the urge to rehearse interactions, to replay conversations, to prepare explanations. These are signs that the role is still active in the mind. You gently remind yourself that the stage is empty. Night meditation becomes a space where you are not defined by function. You are not useful or useless, successful or failing. You simply are. This simplicity is deeply grounding. It removes comparison. Without roles, there is nothing to compare. No hierarchy, no ranking. The Stoics valued this inner equality. They believed peace comes when you stop measuring yourself against others. At night, this measurement loses meaning. Meditating on insignificance also softens pride. Pride depends on recognition. When recognition is absent, pride naturally quiets. This is not loss, it is balance. It also softens shame. Shame depends on imagined judgment. When no one is watching, shame loses its voice. In this quiet, the mind stops performing. Energy that was used to maintain identity returns to the body. Breathing becomes slower. Muscles release. Over time, this practice changes how you carry roles during the day. You still perform them, but they do not consume you. You can step into them and step out of them with ease. Night after night, the mind learns that identity is flexible, that you are more than what you do, that rest does not require justification. This understanding is liberating. It allows deeper stillness because nothing is being protected or displayed. The Stoics practiced humility not as self-denial, but as freedom from false importance. When you are not overly important, you are not overly threatened. At night, this freedom feels like spaciousness. There is room to breathe, room to settle. As social roles lose significance, the inner world becomes quieter. Thoughts slow because there is nothing left to uphold. Awareness rests without definition, without labels, without narrative. This is not emptiness, it is openness. From this openness, rest deepens naturally. The mind no longer scans for how it was seen or how it will be judged. Sleep approaches gently, not as escape, but as continuation of release. And in this release, the mind moves closer to total mental stillness, a stillness that does not belong to any role, any name, or any position. Just presence, resting quietly in the dark, free from the weight of being someone, and finally allowed to simply be. As social roles fade into the background and no image is left to maintain, something even deeper begins to loosen. Not just what you do, but who you think you are, the name you answer to internally, the story you repeat without realizing it, the familiar sense of "this is me" that follows you everywhere, even into sleep. Identity feels solid during the day. It organizes memory. It gives continuity. But at night, when the world stops reflecting you back to yourself, identity becomes surprisingly fragile. And this fragility is not a problem. It is an opening. Most people go to sleep still holding themselves together, holding opinions, memories, preferences, wounds, pride. The mind keeps a shape, even when the body is ready to let go. Dissolving identity before sleep means allowing that shape to soften, not destroying it, not rejecting it, simply letting it rest. The Stoics understood that identity is a tool, not a truth, useful for action, unnecessary for rest. When identity is carried into the night, the mind stays partially awake, guarding a self that does not need protection. This practice begins when you notice how often thoughts refer back to me, my past, my future, my problem, my value. At night, these references serve no function. You do not argue with them. You let them pass without reinforcement. Dissolving identity does not mean losing memory or awareness. It means releasing the sense of ownership over experience. Thoughts still appear, sensations still move, but they are no longer framed around a central character. At first, this can feel unfamiliar, even unsettling. The mind asks, "If I am not this, then what am I?" You do not answer. Answers belong to identity. You allow the question to dissolve on its own. As identity loosens, a deep quiet emerges. Not emptiness, but simplicity. Awareness without a label. Presence without a story. This is not something you create. It reveals itself when nothing is being held together. The Stoics believed renewal comes from returning to what is basic. Breath, sensation, awareness. When identity relaxes, energy that was used to maintain a self-image returns to the body. This energy restores. Much fatigue comes not from effort, but from constant self-reference. Evaluating yourself, defending yourself, improving yourself. At night, dissolving identity interrupts this loop. You may notice resistance. The ego does not like to disappear. It may create thoughts to pull you back into identity. Judgments, comparisons, plans. You treat these the same way you treat all thoughts now. You listen without interference and let them pass. As identity fades, time changes, the sense of past and future weakens. There is less narrative continuity. This is deeply restful. The nervous system relaxes when it is not tracking a timeline. Dissolving identity also softens emotional charge. Feelings are no longer my emotions. They are sensations moving through awareness. This separation reduces intensity. Emotions complete themselves without clinging. The Stoics practice this not to erase the self, but to free it. When identity is flexible, you can rest deeply and wake renewed. You do not wake up carrying yesterday's version of yourself. This is where renewal truly happens, not through sleep alone, but through release of self-definition. The mind does not need to reconstruct itself every night. It can rest in formlessness. As awareness settles without identity, there is a sense of anonymity. You are no one in particular. This anonymity is peaceful. There is nothing to protect, nothing to improve, nothing to defend. The body responds with profound relaxation. Muscles soften in places you did not know were tense. Breath becomes slow and effortless. The heart rate steadies. Over time, this practice changes how you wake. You wake lighter, less burdened by yesterday's story, more open, more flexible. Identity reforms naturally when needed, without strain. Dissolving identity before sleep does not make you lose yourself. It helps you find yourself again in the morning, refreshed instead of rigid. The Stoics believed that renewal requires endings. When identity is allowed to end at night, it does not decay. It resets. This practice also reduces fear of change. When you are not tightly attached to who you think you are, change feels less threatening. Life can move without resistance. As the night deepens, identity becomes less defined. Awareness feels wide, calm, neutral, safe. There is no effort here, no technique, just permission to stop being someone for a while. This is not sleep yet. It is deeper than preparation. It is surrender of form. From this place, stillness is complete, not because everything is quiet, but because nothing is being held together.
And when nothing is held together, rest reaches its deepest level.
The mind settles into silence without resistance. The body follows. Sleep arrives gently, carrying no identity with it. And when you awaken, you do not return as the same tired self. You return renewed, clearer, lighter, because you allowed who you were to dissolve just long enough for life to begin again. As identity dissolves and nothing is being held together anymore, a quieter layer of experience comes into view. Emotion. Not the sharp emotions that demand action, but the background ones that linger when everything else has slowed. These emotions often go unnoticed during the day, masked by movement and responsibility. At night, they step forward asking for attention. Most people carry emotional weight into sleep without realizing it. They replay feelings, they feed moods, they chew on emotional reactions long after the moment has passed. This is not reflection, it is consumption. And just like constant eating overwhelms the body, constant emotional engagement overwhelms the mind. The Stoics practiced what could be called emotional fasting, not suppression, not denial, but restraint. They understood that emotions need digestion, not indulgence. Before bed, they intentionally stopped feeding emotional reactions so the mind could return to balance. Emotional fasting begins with a simple shift. You stop adding energy to feeling. You allow emotions to be present, but you refuse to elaborate them. No replay, no inner dialogue, no justification, no resistance. This is difficult at first because the mind believes emotions must be processed actively. But most emotions complete themselves when left alone. It is the constant mental involvement that keeps them alive. At night, emotional fasting means you do not revisit the day emotionally. You do not relive frustration. You do not rehearse disappointment. You do not savor pride. You let the emotional charge fade naturally by not touching it. The Stoics believed emotional excess clouds judgment. Before rest, they aimed for neutrality. Not happiness, not sadness. Balance. Emotional fasting restores this balance by allowing the nervous system to reset. You may notice the urge to feel something strongly before sleep. Music that stirs emotion. Stories that provoke feeling. This urge comes from habit. Emotional stimulation keeps the mind active. Emotional fasting gently breaks this pattern. This does not mean becoming numb. It means becoming quiet. You still feel, but you do not amplify. You observe emotion as sensation, not as narrative. As you practice this, emotions may briefly intensify. This is the last attempt of habit to stay alive. You do not react. You do not judge. You let it pass. The body responds quickly when emotional feeding stops. Heart rate slows, muscles relax, breathing deepens. The nervous system shifts from engagement to restoration. The Stoics understood that rest requires emotional neutrality. When emotions are constantly stirred, the mind cannot settle. Emotional fasting creates space for stillness to emerge. This practice also reduces emotional reactivity over time. When you stop feeding emotions at night, they lose momentum during the day. You become less reactive, more grounded. Emotional fasting is especially powerful because it does not require effort. It requires restraint. The restraint of not engaging. The restraint of not adding commentary. You may notice thoughts trying to justify emotional engagement. I need to feel this. I need to work through this. At night, these thoughts are usually habits, not necessities.
You acknowledge them and return to stillness. The Stoics practiced emotional moderation because they valued clarity. Emotions distort perception when overindulged. At night, clarity comes from quiet. As emotional fasting deepens, the mind becomes smoother, less jagged, less reactive. Awareness rests without disturbance. This creates ideal conditions for sleep. Sleep arrives not because you are exhausted, but because nothing is being stimulated. Emotional fasting also protects dreams. When emotions are not stirred before bed, dreams become calmer. The mind processes quietly instead of dramatically. Over time, this practice teaches emotional self-mastery. Not control through force, but control through non-engagement. You choose when to feel deeply and when to rest. The Stoics believed discipline is not about harshness, it is about alignment. Emotional fasting aligns the mind with its natural rhythm. Night is not for emotional intensity, it is for restoration. When you respect this, the body rewards you with deeper rest. As the night continues, emotions settle into neutrality, not suppressed, not expressed, simply complete. This neutrality feels spacious, light, calm. The mind no longer rides emotional waves. From this place, stillness deepens effortlessly. Awareness remains present without disturbance. Emotional fasting prepares the mind for true rest. Not the rest of collapse, but the rest of balance. As you stop feeding emotions, the inner world becomes quiet, safe, stable. And in this quiet, the mind moves closer to total mental stillness, a stillness that does not depend on mood or feeling. The night becomes a place where emotions are allowed to rest too. Nothing is stirred, nothing is pushed away, just calm neutrality, settling gently into sleep. From here, the path forward is clear. Less engagement, less feeding, more rest. And as emotional fasting becomes familiar, the mind learns a powerful truth. Peace is not created by feeling more, but by knowing when to stop. As emotions settle into neutrality and nothing is being stirred anymore, the mind looks for one last thing to complete, a sense of closure, a final conclusion, a feeling that the day has been neatly wrapped and understood. When this does not arrive, the mind often refuses to rest. Many people believe they must finish the day mentally before they are allowed to sleep. They try to resolve every thought, settle every feeling, understand every moment. When this fails, rest feels incomplete. But this belief itself is what keeps the mind awake. The Stoics understood that life does not offer clean endings. Days do not conclude like stories. They fade, they dissolve, they overlap with the next. Learning to end the day without mental closure is not negligence, it is realism. There is a quiet pressure that comes from wanting everything to make sense, to be resolved, to feel done. At night, this pressure becomes heavy because the mind has fewer distractions. It turns inward, searching for final answers that do not exist. Learning to end the day without closure begins with allowing incompleteness. You recognize that some things are unfinished, some questions remain open, some emotions are unresolved, and you let this be true without trying to fix it. This feels uncomfortable at first. The mind equates closure with safety. It believes that unresolved things are dangerous. But when you stay present, you discover something important. Nothing collapses when closure is missing. The Stoics believed peace comes from accepting reality as it is, not as you wish it to be. Reality is unfinished, always moving. When you stop demanding completion, tension dissolves.
At night, closure-seeking shows up as review, replaying conversations, revisiting decisions, trying to land on a final judgment. This activity feels productive, but it is actually avoidance. Avoidance of uncertainty. Ending the day without closure means you stop mid-sentence mentally. You allow the story to remain open. You do not force an ending. This is not indifference. It is trust. Trust that life continues without your constant summarizing. Trust that understanding can arrive later or not at all. The body responds quickly when the mind releases the need for closure. Muscles relax, breathing slows, vigilance drops. The nervous system recognizes that the search has ended. Many people confuse closure with peace, but peace does not require answers. It requires permission to stop seeking them. The Stoics practiced this by reminding themselves that they were part of a larger flow, that their individual understanding was limited, that life does not wait to be fully understood before moving on. At night, this perspective is especially calming. You are not required to solve your life before sleep. You are only required to rest. You may notice resistance, thoughts saying, "But I need to think this through." You do not argue. You acknowledge the thought and let it pass. You return to the sensation of being here, unfinished. This practice also reduces perfectionism. The need for closure often comes from the desire to get things right. Letting the day end without closure teaches the mind that it does not need to be perfect to rest. There is humility here. You accept that some things are beyond your current understanding, that not everything can be resolved in one day. This humility softens the inner world. Learning to end the day without closure also prepares you for change. When you are comfortable with open endings, uncertainty loses its grip. The future becomes less threatening. Over time, the mind learns a new rhythm: day for engagement, night for release, not resolution, release. This changes how sleep arrives. Instead of forcing yourself to feel finished, you allow yourself to be incomplete. Sleep comes more gently, naturally. The Stoics did not seek certainty. They sought steadiness. Steadiness does not depend on closure. It depends on acceptance. As nights pass, the mind becomes less obsessed with tying things up. Thoughts slow because they are no longer chasing final answers. This creates a deeper stillness, not because everything is clear, but because nothing is being forced. Ending the day without mental closure also lightens the next morning. You wake without the weight of yesterday's unfinished business pressing down. You re-enter life with openness instead of tension. The night becomes a place where you do not conclude. You pause, and in that pause, rest happens. There is a quiet relief in realizing you do not need to understand everything to sleep well. Understanding can wait. Rest cannot. As you lie in this openness, awareness remains simple. Breath moves. Sensation flows. Nothing needs to be decided. This simplicity is restorative. It allows the mind to disengage fully. And when the mind disengages, stillness deepens beyond effort. The Stoics believed wisdom includes knowing when to stop thinking. Night teaches this lesson gently. You are allowed to end the day unfinished. You are allowed to rest without resolution. Nothing important is lost by stopping. Much is gained. As the night holds you, the search for closure fades. What remains is quiet acceptance. From this acceptance, the mind settles into deeper stillness. Not because it reached an ending, but because it finally allowed itself to stop. And in that stopping, true rest begins. As the need for closure dissolves and the mind allows itself to stop reaching for endings, a deeper truth quietly appears. Stillness itself begins to feel exposed, vulnerable, not as rest, but as something that requires bravery, because when nothing is being solved, fixed, or concluded, there is nowhere left to hide. Many people believe stillness is avoidance, that sitting quietly means running away from responsibility, from pain, from reality. This belief keeps the mind restless. It treats movement as virtue and quiet as weakness. The Stoics understood the opposite. They knew that stillness is not retreat, it is confrontation. Stillness removes distraction. It takes away noise, entertainment, planning, and emotional feeding. What remains is direct contact with yourself. For many, this is uncomfortable. Thoughts surface, feelings rise, old fears whisper. This is why stillness feels threatening, not because it is empty, but because it is honest. Choosing stillness at night is an act of courage, because you stop running. You stop filling space. You stop distracting yourself from what is present. You allow the inner world to be exactly as it is, without trying to escape it. Escape looks active, scrolling, thinking, replaying, entertaining. Courage looks quiet. It sits, it waits, it allows. The Stoics believed courage was not loud or dramatic. True courage was inner steadiness, the ability to remain present when the mind wants to flee. At night, this courage is tested because there are no external anchors left. Stillness does not numb pain, it reveals it. But when pain is revealed without resistance, it changes. It loses its sharpness. It becomes manageable. This is why stillness heals what distraction cannot. Many people avoid stillness because they fear being overwhelmed. But what overwhelms is not stillness. It is resistance. When you stop resisting, the nervous system relaxes. Stillness is not escape from life. It is escape from unnecessary struggle. You are not avoiding your thoughts. You are allowing them to exist without turning them into problems. The Stoics practiced sitting with discomfort because they knew avoidance strengthens fear. When you remain still in the presence of inner discomfort, fear loses its authority. At night, this practice becomes powerful. You lie still. You do not distract. You do not soothe with stimulation. You let whatever is there be there. This does not mean forcing yourself to endure suffering. It means not adding layers to it. You do not dramatize. You do not judge. You simply allow. Stillness also challenges the belief that you must always be doing something to be safe. In stillness, nothing is done, and yet safety remains. This realization rewires the nervous system. There is also dignity in stillness. You trust yourself enough to be alone with your inner world. You do not treat it as dangerous or broken. This trust builds confidence that does not depend on action. The Stoics believed that peace is earned through courage, not comfort. Comfort can be purchased or distracted into place. Courage must be practiced. Night after night, choosing stillness strengthens your ability to face life calmly. When challenges arise during the day, they feel less threatening because you have already practiced being present without escape. Stillness also reveals that many fears are mental habits. When you sit with them quietly, they lose energy. They are sustained by movement, not silence. This practice does not make you passive. It makes you resilient. You stop reacting impulsively. You choose responses consciously. At night, stillness may feel like doing nothing. In reality, it is doing the most important thing, allowing the system to reset. The Stoics saw stillness as a form of discipline, not the discipline of control, but the discipline of restraint, the restraint of not running.
There may be moments where the urge to escape becomes strong. Thoughts say, "This is uncomfortable," or "I need to distract myself." You notice these urges without obeying them. This is courage in its simplest form. As you remain still, the inner noise gradually softens, not because you fought it, but because it was not fueled. Stillness teaches you that you are not fragile, that you can sit with yourself without breaking. This realization changes everything. The night becomes a training ground for inner strength. Each moment of stillness builds trust. Trust in your ability to face reality without avoidance. Over time, stillness stops feeling like exposure. It feels like refuge, not a hiding place, but a stable ground. This is why the Stoics valued stillness so deeply. It was not withdrawal from life, it was preparation for it. As the night deepens, stillness grows easier. What once felt threatening now feels supportive. Awareness rests without effort. From this place, the mind no longer needs to escape. There is nothing to run from. Stillness becomes home, not because nothing is happening, but because nothing needs to be. And in this courageous stillness, the mind moves closer to total mental stillness, not as avoidance, but as clarity, not as escape, but as strength. The night holds you steady. You are not fleeing life. You are learning how to meet it without fear. And that is the quiet courage that transforms rest into renewal. As stillness becomes something you choose rather than avoid, another pressure quietly reveals itself. Not from within, but from everywhere else. A constant hum that follows you into the night. The expectation to stay informed, entertained, engaged, reacting. Even when the body is ready to rest, the mind has been trained to remain plugged in. We live in a culture that treats silence as a problem. Every pause must be filled, every moment explained, every feeling shared or processed publicly. Mental noise has become normal. Constant input is praised as awareness. Stillness is often mistaken for disengagement. Night meditation stands quietly against this current. Not aggressively, not loudly, but firmly. It says no without arguing. It withdraws attention from the noise not as escape, but as resistance. Mental noise culture thrives on urgency, alerts, opinions, endless streams of information that demand reaction. This keeps the mind alert long after the day ends. Even in bed, thoughts mimic the rhythm of consumption, jumping, scanning, comparing. The Stoics lived in noisy times too. Politics, public opinion, social pressure. Yet they practiced withdrawal of attention deliberately. They knew that not every voice deserves a response, that constant engagement weakens clarity. Night meditation is where this resistance becomes possible. The world cannot reach you easily here unless you invite it in. Turning inward is not apathy, it is preservation. When you meditate at night, you are not just resting. You are refusing to let the culture decide when your mind is allowed to be quiet. You are reclaiming authority over your attention. This resistance feels uncomfortable at first. The mind is used to stimulation. Without it, there is a sense of withdrawal, restlessness, boredom, the urge to check, to scroll, to listen. These urges are not personal weakness. They are conditioned responses. By staying with the discomfort, you weaken the conditioning. Each night you do not feed the noise, the habit loses strength. The mind begins to remember how to be still without input. Mental noise culture also trains the mind to react emotionally to everything. Outrage, excitement, fear, pride. These emotions keep attention hooked. Night meditation interrupts this cycle,
by removing the trigger. No feed, no commentary, no reaction required. The Stoics believed freedom begins when you are no longer controlled by what happens outside your mind. Night meditation practices this freedom directly. You choose what enters, and more importantly, what does not. This practice also restores depth. Constant noise flattens experience. Everything feels equally urgent. When the noise stops, the mind regains sensitivity. Subtle calm becomes noticeable. Quiet becomes meaningful. There is also rebellion in choosing rest. A gentle rebellion. You are not producing, not consuming, not responding. In a culture that values constant output, this is radical. Night meditation is not about rejecting the world. It is about meeting it from a place of strength rather than overload. When the mind is quiet, it is harder to manipulate, harder to provoke, harder to exhaust. The Stoics warned against being pulled in too many directions. They believed scattered attention leads to scattered character. Night meditation gathers attention back into one place. You may notice thoughts echoing the day's noise. Headlines, conversations, opinions that are not even yours. You do not engage with them. You let them fade. This fading is part of the resistance. Over time, the mind becomes less reactive to noise during the day. You no longer feel compelled to respond immediately. You choose when to engage. This choice is power. Night meditation also protects your inner values. Mental noise culture often tells you what to care about, what to fear, what to desire. Silence gives you space to remember what actually matters to you. The Stoics practiced withdrawal not as isolation, but as alignment. They stepped back to see clearly. Night meditation does the same. As you continue this practice, the night feels less crowded. Thoughts slow because there is nothing external pushing them forward. Awareness settles into its own rhythm. There is peace in realizing you do not need to know everything. You do not need to respond to everything. You do not need to carry the world into sleep. This peace is not ignorance. It is discernment. You choose rest over reaction. Mental noise culture feeds on attention. When you withdraw it at night, you starve the noise. Silence grows naturally. This silence strengthens you. You wake less overwhelmed, more centered, more capable of choosing how you engage. The Stoics believed that clarity is a form of resistance. Night meditation embodies this belief. It resists confusion by choosing quiet. It resists exhaustion by choosing rest. As the night deepens, the outside world fades. Not because you escaped it, but because it no longer has access. The mind feels cleaner, less cluttered, less reactive. Stillness settles without effort. From this place, total mental stillness becomes possible, not because the world went silent, but because you did. And in that silence, you reclaim something rare, the ability to exist without noise, to rest without input, to think without being pulled. Night meditation becomes a quiet stand against a loud culture, a reminder that your mind does not belong to the world at all hours. It belongs to you. And as you rest in this reclaimed space, the night does what it was always meant to do: restore, reset, and return you to yourself, steady and whole, ready to meet the world again without being consumed by it. As the noise of the world fades and the mind is no longer pulled outward, something more primal sometimes rises: fear. Not always sharp, not always clear, just a quiet sense of unease that appears when nothing else is demanding attention. In the absence of distraction, fear no longer hides. It waits. Most people respond to fear by seeking comfort immediately. A reassuring thought, a familiar habit, a distraction, something to soften the edge. This response feels natural, but it teaches the mind something dangerous. That fear must be removed to be safe. The Stoics believed the opposite. They believed fear loses power when it is met without comfort, not because comfort is wrong, but because dependence on comfort makes fear stronger over time. Observing fear without seeking comfort is not about being harsh with yourself. It is about breaking the belief that fear is intolerable. Night is the perfect place for this practice because nothing external is required. You are safe, still, supported by the quiet. Fear at night often has no clear source. It may be a tightness in the chest, a sense of vulnerability, a subtle alertness that does not turn off. The mind wants to explain it, to name it, to fix it. But explanation often becomes avoidance. Instead, you observe fear directly. Not the story around it, but the sensation itself, where it sits, how it moves, whether it changes. You do not comfort it. You do not reassure it. You simply stay present. This feels uncomfortable at first. The urge to escape is strong. The body wants relief. But when you stay, something important happens. Fear does not grow endlessly. It rises, peaks, and then shifts. This experience teaches the nervous system that fear is temporary. The Stoics trained themselves to see fear as information, not command. Fear signals uncertainty, not danger. When you stop reacting to it, it loses authority. Seeking comfort too quickly teaches the mind that fear is a problem to solve. Observing without comfort teaches the mind that fear is a sensation that can be tolerated. This distinction changes everything. At night, when there is no action to take, fear has no function. Recognizing this allows it to pass more easily. You do not need to prepare. You do not need to protect. You simply observe. The body responds slowly at first. Muscles may stay tense. Breath may be shallow. But as minutes pass, the system recalibrates. The absence of reaction signals safety. This practice also reveals how often fear is anticipatory. It looks ahead. It imagines outcomes. At night, there is nothing happening. Observing fear without comfort brings attention back to the present. The Stoics believed courage is not the absence of fear, but the refusal to be ruled by it. At night, courage looks quiet. It looks like staying still when the mind wants to flee. You may notice thoughts trying to justify comfort. I need to calm myself. This is too much. You do not argue. You let these thoughts pass like all others. Over time, fear becomes less convincing, not because it disappears, but because you no longer respond automatically. This reduces anxiety significantly. Observing fear without comfort also builds self-trust. You learn that you can be with discomfort without collapsing. This trust is stabilizing. The Stoics practiced this to prepare for uncertainty. When fear is no longer feared, uncertainty loses its edge. Night after night, this practice retrains the mind. Fear arises, but it no longer controls behavior. Awareness remains steady. There is also dignity in not soothing fear immediately. You respect your inner strength. You allow the body to learn resilience instead of dependence. As fear loses its grip, stillness deepens. The mind becomes calmer, not because fear was removed, but because it was understood. This understanding carries into the day. When fear appears, you do not panic.
You observe. You respond thoughtfully. At night, the benefit is immediate. The body relaxes more fully. The mind stops scanning for reassurance. Observing fear without comfort also prevents emotional build-up. Fear that is allowed to pass does not accumulate. The Stoics believed peace comes from alignment with reality. Fear is part of reality. Resisting it creates suffering. Allowing it creates calm. As the night deepens, fear often fades into the background. Not gone, but quiet, no longer demanding attention. Stillness expands when nothing is being avoided. When fear is allowed to exist without reaction, the inner world becomes stable. This stability is not numbness, it is strength. The night becomes a place where fear is not fed, not fought, simply seen. And in being seen without comfort, fear loses its power to disturb rest. From this place, the mind moves closer to total mental stillness. A stillness that is not fragile, not dependent on reassurance. A stillness that can coexist with fear without being shaken. This is Stoic courage in its purest form, quiet, patient, unmoved. As you rest here, nothing needs to be softened. Nothing needs to be fixed. Fear passes, stillness remains. And in that stillness, the mind finally rests, knowing it does not need comfort to be safe. As fear is allowed to pass without being soothed, the mind begins to face another quiet resistance. Not fear of danger, but fear of incompletion. The sense that something was left undone, unsaid, unfinished. Even after the day has clearly ended, the mind hesitates to let it go. Many nights are disturbed not by what happened, but by what didn't. Tasks not completed, progress not made, expectations not met. The mind treats these gaps as failures rather than facts, and in doing so, it keeps the body awake, alert, waiting for a chance that no longer exists. Practicing acceptance of incomplete days is one of the most relieving Stoic disciplines, because it addresses a truth most people avoid. No day is ever complete, and it was never meant to be. The Stoics understood that life does not operate on tidy checklists. Each day is shaped by limits. Time runs out, energy fades, circumstances interfere. To expect completion is to misunderstand reality. Acceptance begins when you stop demanding what the day could not give. At night, the urge to mentally finish the day often appears as pressure. A quiet voice saying, "I should have done more," or "Tomorrow I need to make up for this." This voice feels responsible, but it is rooted in resistance. Resistance to human limits. Accepting an incomplete day does not mean approving of neglect. It means recognizing boundaries. You did what was possible within the conditions that existed. Nothing more could have been asked honestly. The mind often confuses acceptance with giving up. The Stoics made a clear distinction. Acceptance is not resignation, it is alignment. You stop fighting what already is. When you practice acceptance at night, you are not reviewing everything that went wrong. You are acknowledging that the day has ended, regardless of its state, and that rest does not require completion. This is difficult because modern thinking equates worth with output. An incomplete day feels like a personal flaw. At night, this belief becomes heavy. Acceptance lifts that weight. You may notice a subtle grief when you accept incompletion. The grief of unrealized potential, of effort that didn't lead where you hoped. Let this grief exist without judgment. It is part of being human. The Stoics believe that peace comes from distinguishing effort from outcome. You control effort. You do not control results.
An incomplete day often reflects limits of circumstance, not character. At night, acceptance looks like stopping the internal accounting. You are not adding up achievements or failures. You are closing the book without a summary. This creates immediate relief in the body. Shoulders soften, jaw unclenches, breath deepens. The nervous system recognizes that the demand has ended. Accepting incompletion also quiets the urge to compensate. Many people carry incomplete days into tomorrow with pressure. This pressure distorts motivation. Acceptance removes that distortion. There is also humility in this practice. You admit that you are not infinite. You cannot do everything, and that is not a flaw. It is a condition of life. The Stoics respected limits because limits create focus. When you accept that not everything fits into one day, you choose more wisely where to place your energy. At night, acceptance restores balance. The mind stops racing to catch up. It stops planning as punishment. Tomorrow is allowed to arrive without debt. Practicing acceptance of incomplete days also reduces burnout. Burnout often comes from refusing to acknowledge limits. Each night you practice acceptance, you reset your relationship with effort. You may notice the mind trying to bargain. Just one more thought, or I'll think about this briefly. You gently refuse, not out of discipline, but out of respect for rest. The Stoics believed rest was part of virtue. A mind that never rests becomes distorted. Accepting incompletion protects clarity. Over time, this practice changes how you experience days themselves. You become less frantic, less pressured to squeeze everything in. You work with steadiness instead of urgency. At night, the benefit is immediate. Thoughts slow because they are no longer driven by self-criticism. Silence grows because nothing is being demanded. Accepting incompletion also softens perfectionism. You stop requiring days to justify your worth. Each day becomes one step, not a verdict. This creates emotional safety. When the mind knows it will not be punished for incompletion, it relaxes. The Stoics did not aim for perfect days. They aimed for honest effort and peaceful rest. Acceptance bridges the two. As the night deepens, the unfinished parts of the day lose their sharpness. They remain, but without charge. They no longer demand attention. Stillness becomes easier because nothing is being resisted. You are not pushing the day away. You are letting it be exactly what it was. This practice also prepares you for life's larger incompletions. Relationships that never resolve. Goals that change. Chapters that end without closure. Accepting small incompletions builds strength for larger ones. At night, this strength feels like calm surrender, not defeat, relief. The day does not need to be complete for you to rest. You do not need to earn sleep. You are allowed to stop mid-journey. As you rest in this acceptance, the mind becomes quiet naturally. There is nothing left to argue with, nothing left to prove. The night holds the incomplete day without judgment. You can too. And in that holding, stillness deepens. The mind finally rests, not because everything was finished, but because nothing more is required. This is Stoic acceptance at its most human. Gentle, honest, restful. And from this place, total mental stillness feels closer than ever. As incomplete days are accepted and the pressure to finish everything finally loosens, the mind often tries one last strategy to stay alert. It looks ahead. It leans forward into what has not happened yet. This leaning is subtle but powerful. It shows up as anticipatory stress. Anticipatory stress is the tension of waiting. waiting for conversations, outcomes, responsibilities, challenges. The body reacts as if the future is already here. Muscles tighten, breathing becomes shallow, sleep becomes fragile. Even though nothing is happening right now, the mind prepares as if it must. The Stoics understood that much suffering comes not from events themselves, but from rehearsing them repeatedly. Night reflection was their way of stopping this rehearsal before it turned into exhaustion. Using night reflection to reduce anticipatory stress does not mean planning or preparing. It means clarifying boundaries between now and later. The mind often forgets these boundaries. Night gently restores them. Anticipatory stress usually carries a sense of urgency. Thoughts say, "I need to be ready," or "I can't relax yet." These thoughts feel responsible, but they are misplaced. Readiness does not come from tension. It comes from clarity and rest. Night reflection begins by recognizing what is being anticipated. You notice the future-oriented thoughts without following them. You do not analyze every possibility. You simply see that the mind is trying to live ahead of time. The Stoics believed that only the present moment is available for action. The future is not actionable yet. At night, this truth becomes obvious. There is nothing you can do now that will meaningfully change tomorrow. This realization is calming when accepted. You are not refusing responsibility. You are postponing it until it can actually be carried. Anticipatory stress thrives on imagined control. The mind believes that thinking more will prevent problems. In reality, it drains energy and distorts perception. Night reflection interrupts this cycle. Reflection here is not about predicting outcomes. It is about recognizing limits. You acknowledge that the future contains uncertainty. You accept that uncertainty without trying to reduce it mentally. This acceptance feels uncomfortable at first. The mind wants guarantees, but guarantees are not available. Fighting this truth only creates stress. The Stoics practiced acceptance of uncertainty as strength. They knew that clarity comes from focusing effort where it belongs, not from worrying everywhere. At night, reflection might sound like a quiet recognition. This will be handled when it arrives, not as reassurance, but as fact. You are not dismissing the future. You are respecting timing. The body responds quickly when anticipatory stress is released. The shoulders drop, the jaw relaxes, the breath slows, the nervous system exits its alert mode. This practice also reveals how much of anticipatory stress is habit. The mind has learned to scan ahead automatically. When you stop engaging with these scans, the habit weakens. You may notice images of future scenarios, conversations, tasks, outcomes. You do not push them away. You let them pass without investment. They lose energy when not rehearsed. Night reflection also reduces the emotional charge attached to future events. When you stop rehearsing emotionally, the future feels lighter, less threatening. The Stoics believed that suffering doubles when we experience it before it happens. Night reflection prevents this doubling. You experience only what is real now. This practice also builds trust. Trust in your ability to respond when the time comes. You do not need to preload stress to perform well. In fact, stress reduces performance. As nights pass, the mind learns a new pattern. It stops projecting tension forward. It becomes more present. This presence improves sleep quality. Sleep is deeper when the mind is not waiting for something. Reducing anticipatory stress also changes how you wake. You start the day without the weight of yesterday's worry about tomorrow. You approach tasks with freshness instead of dread. The Stoics valued preparedness, but they rejected unnecessary worry. Night reflection distinguishes between the two. Preparedness happens when action is possible. Worry happens when action is not. At night, action is not possible. Recognizing this boundary is liberating. You no longer demand that the mind work when it has nothing to work on. Anticipatory stress often disguises itself as responsibility. Letting it go can feel like negligence, but true responsibility includes knowing when to rest. Night reflection honors this balance. You care about the future without dragging it into the present. As this practice deepens, thoughts slow naturally. There is nothing urgent, nothing pending, nothing demanding immediate attention. The inner world becomes quieter because it is no longer pulled forward. This quiet is not denial. It is alignment with time. The Stoics believed wisdom includes knowing when to wait. Night is the ultimate waiting space. As you lie in stillness, the future loosens its grip. It will come when it comes. You do not need to meet it early. This realization feels like relief. A weight lifts, the body relaxes further. Anticipatory stress fades, not because the future disappeared, but because you stopped living there prematurely. From this place, stillness deepens. Awareness settles fully into the present. The night becomes a refuge from tomorrow's demands, not because tomorrow is ignored, but because it is respected enough to be left alone. And in that respect, the mind finally rests, calm, clear, unburdened by what has not yet arrived. This is Stoic night reflection at its most practical, reducing stress not by solving the future, but by returning fully to now. And as the present becomes complete, total mental stillness moves even closer. As anticipatory stress loosens and the future stops pulling at the mind, another belief quietly asks to be questioned. A belief so familiar, it often feels like truth. The idea that your worth is measured by what you produce, what you complete, what you accomplish. During the day, productivity is rewarded. Effort is praised. Movement is encouraged. But when night arrives, this same belief becomes a weight. The mind reviews output instead of resting. It measures the day not by honesty or presence, but by results. And when the results feel lacking, rest feels undeserved. Letting go of productivity as a measure of worth is one of the most difficult Stoic practices. Not because it is complex, but because it goes against conditioning. From an early age, many people learned that being valuable meant being useful. At night, this belief turns inward and becomes judgment. You may notice thoughts like, "I didn't do enough," or "I wasted time," or "I should have been more productive." These thoughts feel objective, but they are not facts. They are inherited standards that do not apply to rest. The Stoics believed worth comes from character, not output, from intention, not volume, from effort within limits, not endless achievement. Night is where this belief can finally be practiced instead of just understood. Letting go begins by noticing how often productivity is used to justify rest, as if sleep must be earned, as if stillness must be paid for with effort. This bargain keeps the nervous system alert, even when the body is exhausted. At night, productivity has no function. Nothing more can be completed. Nothing more can be improved. Measuring yourself now only creates tension. You do not need to convince yourself that you did enough. You simply stop measuring altogether. You allow the idea of worth to exist without proof. This can feel unsettling. The mind asks, if I am not productive, then what am I? You do not answer. Answers keep the measurement alive. You let the question dissolve. The Stoics practiced detachment from external metrics because they knew such metrics are unstable. Productivity fluctuates. Energy changes. Circumstances interfere. Tying worth to these things creates constant insecurity. At night, when all metrics pause, you are given a rare opportunity to experience yourself without evaluation, without scorekeeping, without comparison. This does not mean you stop caring about your work or responsibilities. It means you stop letting them define your value when they are no longer active. You may notice a quiet guilt when you stop measuring. Let this guilt exist without correcting it. It is a residue of conditioning, not a signal of wrongdoing. As you stay present, the body begins to relax. Shoulders drop. Breath deepens. The nervous system senses that judgment has ended. Letting go of productivity also softens the inner critic. Much self-criticism comes from unmet expectations about output. When output is no longer the standard, the critic loses its voice. The Stoics believed rest was not a reward, but a necessity. A mind that is never allowed to rest becomes distorted. Letting go of productivity at night restores balance. This practice also improves motivation over time. When worth is no longer tied to constant output, effort becomes cleaner. You work because it matters, not because you fear being worthless. At night, the benefit is immediate. Thoughts slow because they are no longer evaluating. Silence grows because nothing is being judged. There is also freedom in realizing that you are valuable even when doing nothing. This is not laziness, it is humanity. The Stoics saw humans as part of nature, not machines. Nature rests. Seasons pause. Growth happens in cycles. Night is part of that cycle. When you let go of productivity as a measure of worth, you align with this rhythm. You stop forcing growth in moments meant for recovery. You may notice resistance from the mind. It may try to list accomplishments or failures. You gently refuse to engage. You are not building a case. You are resting. This practice also reduces burnout. Burnout often comes from never feeling enough. Letting go at night interrupts this pattern. Over time, you begin to separate identity from output. You still act, still create, still contribute. But you no longer carry that activity into sleep as proof of value. The Stoics believed that peace comes from internal standards, not from external results. At night, internal standards are quiet. This quiet is healthy. As the night deepens, the urge to measure fades. There is nothing to compare, nothing to tally, nothing to improve. Awareness rests without pressure, without expectation, without demand. This rest feels different, deeper, more honest. It reaches places that sleep alone cannot reach. Letting go of productivity also prepares you for times when productivity is not possible. Illness, change, loss. When worth is not tied to output, these times are less devastating. At night, this wisdom feels like relief. You are allowed to exist without proving anything. The mind becomes still because it is no longer defending value. Stillness grows naturally. From this place, rest is complete. Not because the day was productive, but because you stopped measuring. The Stoics understood that a person is not valuable because of what they do, but because of how they live. Night is where this truth becomes real. As you rest here, free from the demand to produce,
the inner world becomes quiet and steady. And in that steadiness, total mental stillness feels closer. Not earned, not achieved, simply allowed. The night holds you without asking what you accomplished. And for the first time, the mind rests, knowing it does not need to justify its existence. Just be, and that is enough. As the pressure to measure yourself fades and nothing is being proven anymore, a deeper quiet fills the space. And in that quiet, one final fear sometimes appears. Not fear of failure, not fear of tomorrow, but fear of being alone. Night has a way of revealing this fear gently. When the world is asleep and no roles are active, the mind notices the absence of others. No voices, no messages, no shared attention. For many, this absence is mistaken for loneliness, but the two are not the same. Loneliness is not the presence of solitude. Loneliness is the belief that solitude means lack. The Stoics understood this distinction clearly. They believed the mind could learn to be alone without feeling empty, disconnected, or abandoned. Training the mind to be alone without loneliness begins by noticing how quickly solitude is interpreted as something missing. The mind asks, "Who is with me?" Or, "Who would notice if I weren't here?" These thoughts are not truths. They are habits shaped by social dependency. During the day, connection is constant. Even when alone, the mind imagines others, their opinions, their expectations, their presence. At night, when those signals quiet down, the mind can feel exposed. This exposure is not danger. It is unfamiliar stillness. The Stoics practiced solitude deliberately, not to withdraw from life, but to strengthen inner companionship. They believed a person should be able to keep themselves company without distress. Night meditation is where this skill is trained. Being alone at night does not mean cutting yourself off emotionally. It means allowing presence to replace social stimulation. You notice your breath, the weight of your body, the quiet rhythm of being alive. These are not substitutes for connection. They are forms of connection. Loneliness often arises when the mind reaches outward and finds nothing. Training begins when you stop reaching, when you let attention rest inward without searching for validation, reassurance, or response. At first, this can feel uncomfortable. The mind may generate thoughts of absence, memories of people, longing for interaction. You do not push these away. You observe them without feeding them. Over time, something shifts. The mind stops interpreting aloneness as rejection. It begins to experience it as neutrality, calm, space. The Stoics believed that dependence on others for inner stability creates fragility. When connection is unavailable, the mind collapses. Training yourself to be alone builds resilience. This does not make relationships less important. It makes them healthier. When you are comfortable alone, you connect by choice, not need. At night, this practice is powerful because no interaction is possible anyway. The mind learns that it can settle without external presence. This lesson stays. You may notice moments of sadness arise. Let them exist without labeling them as loneliness. Sadness does not mean something is wrong. It is a passing state. The body responds when the mind stops searching. Breath deepens. Muscles soften. The nervous system relaxes because it no longer scans for social cues. Training the mind to be alone without loneliness also reduces anxiety during the day. You stop fearing disconnection. You stop over-attaching. You stop clinging. The Stoics believed that the strongest form of companionship is internal. When you trust your own presence, you are never truly alone. Night meditation creates this trust slowly. Night after night, you sit with yourself without judgment, distraction, or escape. This consistency builds familiarity. Familiarity breeds comfort. Comfort replaces fear. You begin to notice that awareness itself is steady company. It does not judge. It does not leave. It does not demand anything. Loneliness loses its grip when the mind realizes it is not abandoned. It is simply quiet. This practice also softens the fear of silence. Silence becomes shared space rather than emptiness. As nights pass, being alone feels less heavy, more natural, more grounding. The Stoics saw solitude as a mirror. It reflects what is unresolved, but it also reveals strength. When you stop fearing the mirror, it becomes useful. At night, you are not isolated. You are resting in simplicity. There is nothing missing because nothing is being sought. This understanding deepens stillness. Thoughts slow because they are no longer reaching outward. Awareness settles inward. The night becomes a place of self-companionship. Calm, stable, honest. From this place, sleep arrives gently, not as escape from loneliness, but as continuation of peace. Training the mind to be alone without loneliness also prepares you for life's inevitable moments of separation. Change, loss, distance. When solitude is no longer frightening, these moments are less devastating. The Stoics practiced this because they knew everything external is temporary. Inner stability must come from within. At night, this lesson feels simple. You are here, breathing, aware, safe. Nothing else is required. As the mind rests in this truth, loneliness dissolves into quiet presence. Stillness deepens without effort, and from this stillness, total mental rest becomes possible. Not because someone is with you, but because you no longer need someone to be. The night holds you without voices, without distraction, without demand. And in that holding, the mind learns something profound. You are never alone when you are at peace with your own presence. From here, rest is complete. As solitude becomes calm instead of heavy, another emotion sometimes surfaces from deeper layers. Anger, not always explosive, often quiet, stored, lingering in the body long after the moment that created it has passed. At night, when nothing distracts the mind, this anger can finally be felt. Most people respond to anger in one of two ways. They either act it out or push it down. Both keep it alive. Suppression buries anger in the body. Expression often feeds it with story and justification. The Stoics chose a third path: neutralization. Night meditation is where this becomes possible, not by fighting anger, not by pretending it isn't there, but by allowing it to lose energy naturally. Anger is a response to perceived injustice or obstruction. During the day, it often feels justified, necessary. At night, there is no action to take, no confrontation to have, no defense required. This makes night the ideal time to let anger unwind. Neutralizing anger begins by noticing it without giving it a role. You feel the heat, the tightness, the pressure. You do not label it as anger. You do not replay the story that caused it. You stay with the raw sensation. The moment you name anger, the mind often follows with explanation. They shouldn't have. That wasn't fair. These thoughts are fuel. They keep the emotional fire burning. Neutralization means removing fuel, not extinguishing forcefully. This can feel uncomfortable. The mind wants to justify anger. It believes anger protects dignity. But at night, Dignity is not under threat. The body can afford to relax. As you observe sensation without narrative, something shifts. The body realizes there is no need to stay activated. Muscles slowly release. Breath deepens. The nervous system exits fight mode. The Stoics believed anger persists because we cling to judgments. When judgment is removed, anger has nothing to stand on. It becomes sensation without direction, and sensation without direction fades. Suppressing anger traps it. Neutralizing anger frees it. The difference lies in attention. Suppression avoids feeling. Neutralization allows feeling without attachment. At night, you are not trying to forgive. Forgiveness requires effort and perspective. Neutralization requires neither. It is simply non-participation. You may notice waves. Anger may rise again briefly. This is normal. Each time it arises, you meet it the same way. Without resistance, without explanation, without action. Over time, the intensity diminishes, not because you forced calm, but because nothing is feeding the reaction. The Stoics practice this to protect inner clarity. Anger clouds judgment. Carrying it into sleep distorts rest. Neutralization restores balance. There is also relief in realizing you do not need to resolve anger before resting. Resolution belongs to action. Rest belongs to release. Night meditation allows anger to complete its cycle. Many emotions persist because they were interrupted. By allowing anger to exist without suppression or expression, you let it finish. This practice also changes how anger shows up during the day. When anger arises, you recognize it as temporary. You respond with more space, less urgency. Neutralizing anger does not make you passive. It makes you precise. You choose when to act instead of reacting automatically. At night, the benefit is immediate. The body relaxes more fully. Sleep becomes deeper. The mind stops replaying confrontations. The Stoics believed strength lies in self-command, not command through force, but command through understanding. Neutralizing anger is an act of inner command. You may notice sadness beneath anger, or fatigue, or disappointment. Allow these sensations too. Anger often protects softer feelings. When anger releases, these feelings can surface and then pass. Night meditation creates a safe space for this process. Nothing is demanded. Nothing is required. You are simply present. Over time, anger loses its grip. It becomes less frequent, less intense, less convincing. This is not because you became indifferent, but because you stopped feeding reaction. Neutralizing anger without suppression builds emotional maturity. You stop fearing anger. You stop fearing yourself. The Stoics believed that emotions should inform, not dominate. At night, there is nothing anger needs to inform you about. The information has already been received. Allowing anger to rest restores equilibrium. The mind becomes smoother, less sharp, less defensive. As the night deepens, anger fades into neutrality, not pushed away, not transformed into something else, simply completed. This neutrality is peaceful. It does not feel empty, it feels balanced. From this balance, stillness deepens naturally. Thoughts slow. Awareness settles. Night meditation becomes a place where anger is no longer an enemy. It is a process that knows how to end when not interfered with. This understanding brings confidence. You trust your ability to face strong emotions without being controlled by them. The Stoics practiced this because they knew anger wastes energy. Neutralization conserves it. As the body rests, energy returns. the mind becomes clear. And in that clarity, total mental stillness comes closer. Not because emotions disappeared, but because none of them are being fed.
The night holds you without conflict, without argument, without heat. Anger dissolves into calm presence.
And from that calm, rest becomes deep, steady, and undisturbed. This is Stoic night meditation at its most practical, allowing even strong emotions to end without force.
And when nothing is being suppressed or expressed, only allowed, the mind finally rests in true stillness. As anger settles into neutrality and nothing inside is pushing back anymore, a quieter pattern becomes visible. The need to be right, to be impressive, to feel superior or justified in some invisible way. During the day, this need hides behind conversation and achievement. At night, when there is no audience, it has nowhere to perform. This is where Stoic humility begins to matter most. Not the kind shown to others, but the kind practiced when no one is watching. The humility that does not seek recognition. The humility that does not announce itself. The humility that exists only between you and your own conscience. Most people think humility means thinking less of yourself. The Stoics understood it differently. For them, humility meant seeing yourself accurately. No exaggeration, no inflation, no unnecessary self-importance. At night, accuracy becomes possible because there is nothing to gain from pretending. When the world is quiet, the mind often replays moments where it felt wronged, overlooked, or misunderstood. It builds arguments that will never be spoken. It imagines proving something. This is the ego trying to reclaim importance in the absence of witnesses. Practicing Stoic humility at night means noticing this impulse without feeding it. You do not correct the record. You do not defend your image. You let the need to be right dissolve in silence. This can feel uncomfortable. The ego believes humility equals weakness. But when no one is watching, there is nothing to lose. And in that realization, tension releases. The Stoics believed much suffering comes from overestimating the self, from believing that every slight matters, that every opinion defines you. Night humility gently corrects this by shrinking things back to their proper size. You may notice thoughts like, "They were wrong," or "I deserved more," or "They don't see my value." These thoughts are not lies, but they are not necessary. At night, value does not need to be defended. Humility here is not self-criticism. It is self-release. You stop carrying the burden of self-importance into rest. You allow yourself to be ordinary for a while. There is relief in realizing you do not need to matter to anyone right now. You do not need to be impressive. You do not need to be validated. The night does not care who you are. This does not diminish you. It frees you. The Stoics practiced humility because it quiets the mind. Pride creates noise. Comparison creates tension. Humility creates space. When no one is watching, you can drop the internal performance. You do not need to narrate your worth. You do not need to review how you were perceived. You simply rest as a human being among many. This practice also softens resentment. Much resentment comes from feeling undervalued. When you stop measuring value at night, resentment loses its grip. The body responds to this humility immediately. Muscles relax. The face softens. The breath becomes natural. The nervous system no longer guards an image. Practicing Stoic humility also prepares you for clarity during the day. When you are not obsessed with proving yourself, you listen better, you react less, you choose wisely.
At night, humility feels like becoming smaller in the best way, less heavy, less defended, less complicated. You may notice a quiet fear beneath resistance to humility, fear of being nothing. But this fear dissolves when you see that nothing bad happens when you stop inflating yourself. Awareness remains, life remains, worth remains. Only the noise disappears. The Stoics believed that humility is strength because it aligns you with reality. Reality does not revolve around any one person. Accepting this removes pressure. When no one is watching, you are free to be honest. Honest about mistakes, honest about limits, honest about not knowing. This honesty is calming. The mind stops pretending. Pretending is exhausting. Night humility also reduces shame. Shame depends on imagined judgment. When there is no audience, shame loses its stage. You are not lowering yourself. You are grounding yourself. As this practice deepens, the mind becomes quieter. Thoughts slow because there is nothing to prove, nothing to argue, nothing to defend. The night becomes a space of equality. You are neither above nor below. You simply are. This state is deeply restful. It removes the social tension that lingers even in solitude. Over time, practicing humility when no one is watching changes how you carry yourself in the world. Confidence becomes calm. Ego becomes lighter. Interactions become cleaner. The Stoics did not seek praise. They sought peace. Humility was the path. At night, this path feels simple. You set down the self-image. You stop rehearsing importance. You allow yourself to be unremarkable. And in being unremarkable, you become free. Stillness deepens when nothing is inflated, when nothing is defended, when nothing is exaggerated. The mind rests because it no longer needs to maintain a position. From this place, total mental stillness is not an effort. It is a consequence. The night holds you without hierarchy, without status, without judgment. And in that quiet equality, the mind finally relaxes fully. This is Stoic humility at its purest. Silent, private, liberating. Practiced not to be seen, but to be free. And in that freedom, rest becomes complete. As humility settles and the need to defend yourself fades, another sensation becomes impossible to ignore. Mental fatigue. Not the dramatic kind that comes from crisis, but the dull heaviness that builds quietly over days of thinking, deciding, reacting, and holding yourself together. At night, when effort finally pauses, this fatigue steps forward. Most people see mental fatigue as a problem, something to escape, something to numb. They rush to distract it away, afraid that if they stay with it, they will collapse. The Stoics saw something else. They saw fatigue as a signal, and when approached correctly, as a doorway. Mental fatigue is not failure. It is the mind telling the truth about its limits. During the day, these limits are ignored. At night, they are revealed. Turning mental fatigue into a tool for insight begins by not resisting it. Fatigue strips away pretense. When the mind is tired, it cannot maintain complex stories. It cannot argue convincingly. It cannot sustain illusions for long. This is why tired thoughts often feel blunt and honest. The guard is down. Instead of pushing fatigue away, you let it be present. You feel the heaviness, the slowing, the lack of sharpness. You do not try to fix it. You allow the mind to be inefficient. This inefficiency is not weakness. It is clarity. When the mind is tired, it stops overcomplicating. What remains is what actually matters. The Stoics understood that insight does not always come from sharp thinking. Sometimes it comes from the collapse of unnecessary thinking. Mental fatigue removes excess. It shows you which thoughts persist even when energy is low. These thoughts are often the ones worth noticing. At night, fatigue makes it easier to see where energy was wasted, not through analysis, but through feeling. You sense which worries drained you, which concerns were inflated, which efforts were unnecessary. You do not judge these realizations. Judgment requires energy. Fatigue invites honesty without punishment. Mental fatigue also weakens the ego. The ego needs energy to perform. When energy is gone, the ego quiets. This quiet allows insight to surface naturally. You may notice realizations appear without effort, simple truths, clear boundaries, gentle acceptance. These insights are not dramatic. They are grounded. The Stoics believed wisdom often comes when striving ends. Mental fatigue forces striving to stop. In that stop, understanding emerges. Instead of fighting tiredness, you listen to it. What is it telling you about your pace, about your priorities, about what you carry that could be set down? This listening is not problem-solving. It is awareness. You are not planning changes. You are noticing truth. Mental fatigue also reduces emotional exaggeration. When energy is low, emotions lose intensity. This allows you to see them more clearly. Fear feels smaller. Anger feels less convincing. Desire feels quieter. At night, this neutrality is helpful. It creates distance without effort. You are not detached because you tried to be. You are detached because energy ran out. This is why fatigue can be a teacher. It shows you who you are when you stop trying. Many people fear fatigue because they associate it with burnout. But burnout comes from ignoring fatigue, not listening to it. Night meditation uses fatigue as information, not as a threat. You allow yourself to be mentally tired without adding meaning to it. You do not label yourself as weak. You do not push yourself to feel better. You let the tiredness exist. As you do this, something surprising happens. The fatigue softens, not because you resisted it, but because you stopped carrying it as a problem. The Stoics believed that acceptance conserves energy. Fighting fatigue wastes it. Accepting fatigue restores it. Mental fatigue also makes stillness easier. When the mind is tired, it is less tempted to wander. Thoughts slow naturally. Silence becomes accessible. This silence is not forced. It arrives because the mind no longer has the strength to chatter unnecessarily. And this is not a flaw. It is a gift. Insight often arrives in this quiet, not as answers, but as perspective. You see what can wait, what does not matter, what you do not need to carry tomorrow. These insights are gentle. They do not demand action. They simply inform. This is why they stick. At night, mental fatigue can be trusted. It is the mind asking to be relieved of excess. When you respond with acceptance, relief follows. Over time, this practice changes how you relate to tiredness. You stop fearing it. You stop numbing it. You start respecting it. This respect prevents burnout. It teaches you when to stop, when to rest, when to simplify. The Stoics practiced listening to the body and mind as parts of nature. Fatigue is part of nature's signal system. Ignoring it creates disorder. Listening restores balance. As the night deepens, mental fatigue blends into calm heaviness. The body feels grounded. The mind feels quiet. There is no urgency left, no sharp edges, just a gentle slowing. In this slowing, insight settles quietly, without drama, without effort. You do not need to remember it. You do not need to write it down. What matters will remain.
What does not will fade. This is the wisdom of fatigue. It filters life naturally.
As you rest here, the mind releases more deeply. Stillness expands because nothing is pushing.
Turning mental fatigue into a tool for insight means trusting the moment when energy runs out. It means letting the mind teach you by becoming quiet. The Stoics knew that rest itself is instructive. When you stop forcing clarity, clarity often arrives. From this place, the mind drifts toward deeper stillness, not because it was guided there, but because nothing is left to hold it up. Fatigue becomes softness, softness becomes quiet, quiet becomes rest,
and in that rest, the mind finds what effort never could.
Not answers, not solutions, but peace. The night holds this gently, and as you allow fatigue to do its work, total mental stillness comes not as a goal, but as a natural conclusion. Nothing left to think, nothing left to push, just awareness resting in silence. As mental fatigue softens into quiet and insight settles without effort, another subtle experience makes itself known. Emotions that did not finish their journey. Feelings that were not resolved, expressed, or understood during the day. They arrive gently, like visitors who were delayed and now stand at the door. Most people panic when unresolved emotions appear at night. They believe something must be done, explained, fixed, released. This urgency turns temporary visitors into long-term residents. The Stoics took a calmer approach. They allowed emotions to come and go without giving them ownership of the inner space. Accepting unresolved emotions begins with a simple shift in perspective. You stop seeing emotions as problems and start seeing them as movements, like weather passing through a wide sky. They arrive, they linger, and they leave on their own timeline. Unresolved emotions often carry a sense of incompleteness, sadness without tears, anger without expression, joy without sharing. At night, these emotions rise because the distractions that kept them suppressed are gone. This is not a failure of control. It is the body completing what it could not earlier. The mistake most people make is trying to finish the emotion, to give it a conclusion, to force resolution. But emotions do not resolve through thinking. They resolve through allowance. The Stoics understood that emotions are not commands. They are signals, and signals do not need to be obeyed to be heard. At night, you can let emotions exist without responding to them. You notice the feeling without naming it, without identifying it as yours, without attaching a story. You let it sit in awareness like a guest resting quietly. This approach changes everything. When emotions are treated as visitors, they lose urgency. They no longer demand attention. They simply occupy space for a while. Unresolved emotions become heavy only when resisted or analyzed. When allowed, they soften. The nervous system relaxes because there is no conflict. At night, this practice feels like opening a window instead of rearranging the room. Nothing is forced. Nothing is trapped. You may notice several emotions passing through. A hint of disappointment, a wave of tenderness, a trace of frustration. You do not categorize them. Categorization keeps them alive. The Stoics believed peace comes from understanding impermanence. Emotions are impermanent by nature. Treating them as permanent creates suffering. Accepting emotions as temporary visitors builds trust. Trust that your inner world knows how to regulate itself. Trust that not everything requires intervention. This trust calms the mind deeply. Thoughts slow because they are no longer busy managing feelings. There is also compassion in this practice.
You stop judging yourself for what you feel. You stop demanding emotional neatness. You allow human complexity to exist without correction. Unresolved emotions often carry wisdom, but wisdom does not shout. It whispers. When you stop interrogating emotion, its message becomes clear through feeling alone. Sometimes the message is simply that you are tired, or overwhelmed, or sensitive. These truths do not require action at night. They require rest. The Stoics practiced acceptance because resistance drains energy. Allowance restores it. As emotions pass through awareness, the body responds. Breath deepens. Muscles relax. The heart rate steadies. The nervous system exits alert mode. This is not emotional suppression. Suppression tightens the body. Acceptance softens it. You may notice the mind trying to intervene, trying to label or interpret. You gently return to observation. No story, no meaning. Over time, unresolved emotions stop feeling threatening. You recognize their rhythm, arrival, presence, departure. This recognition reduces emotional anxiety during the day as well. When emotions arise, you are less afraid. You know they are temporary. At night, the benefit is immediate. Emotional charge fades naturally. The inner world feels cleaner. The Stoics believed mastery is not control, but harmony. Allowing emotions to move freely restores harmony. This practice also prevents emotional accumulation. When emotions are allowed to pass nightly, they do not build up over weeks or months. Night becomes a place of emotional circulation. Nothing stagnates. Nothing gets stuck. Accepting unresolved emotions also protects sleep. The mind does not stay awake trying to manage feeling. It rests because there is nothing to manage. As the night deepens, emotions lose definition. They become softer sensations, then quieter. Then they dissolve, not because you forced them out, but because their visit ended. Stillness expands when nothing is being resisted. Awareness remains steady, open, calm. This stillness is not emotional emptiness. It is emotional flow without friction. From this place, the mind feels safe, safe enough to stop monitoring, safe enough to sleep. The Stoics trusted nature's timing. Emotions follow natural timing when not interfered with. At night, you align with this rhythm. You do not rush the process. You let it unfold. Unresolved emotions come. They stay briefly. They leave. You remain. And in remaining present without reaction, you discover something important. You are not your emotions. You are the space they pass through. This realization is deeply calming. It creates distance without coldness, clarity without effort. As this understanding settles, stillness deepens again. The mind no longer braces against feeling. There is nothing left to fix, nothing left to complete. The night becomes a quiet passage where emotions are welcomed and released naturally. And in that gentle flow, total mental stillness becomes possible. Not because emotions disappeared, but because they were allowed to pass without resistance. The mind rests, trusting that whatever arises will also fade, and that trust is peace. From here, sleep arrives softly. The visitors have left. Awareness remains, quiet, restful, whole. As emotions come and go without resistance, the inner world becomes quieter, but the mind may still search for one final thing before rest. A verdict. A sense that today was won or lost. That you succeeded or failed. That sleep must follow either triumph or disappointment. This habit is subtle, yet powerful. Many people fall asleep carrying a silent scoreboard,
The day is judged, effort is measured, outcomes are ranked. Even when nothing dramatic happened, the mind insists on deciding whether the day was good enough. This judgment keeps awareness alert. It keeps the nervous system slightly braced. The Stoics understood that this habit creates unnecessary suffering. They believed that life is not a contest that needs a winner every night. Learning to sleep without mental victory or defeat is about ending this internal competition. Victory feels energizing, but it keeps the mind active. Defeat feels heavy, but it keeps the mind tense. Both prevent true rest. Sleep requires neutrality, not excitement, not discouragement. At night, there is nothing left to win, nothing left to lose. The day is over, regardless of how it went. When the mind insists on labeling it, it is resisting reality. This practice begins by noticing the urge to judge. Thoughts like, "I did well today," or "I wasted today," may arise. You do not argue with them. You do not correct them. You simply recognize them as habits of evaluation. The Stoics believed that judgment belongs to action, not rest. During the day, assessment can guide improvement. At night, it only creates noise. Learning to sleep without victory or defeat means allowing the day to be neither. Not successful, not unsuccessful, just complete. This can feel unsettling at first. The mind is used to closure through judgment. Without it, there is a sense of suspension. But this suspension is restful. It removes emotional charge. Victory creates pride that wants to be replayed. Defeat creates shame that wants to be fixed. Neutrality creates quiet. At night, you practice by letting the day exist without interpretation. You do not summarize. You do not score. You do not compare. You allow it to dissolve without meaning. This does not mean denying reality. It means respecting timing. Reflection and learning can happen later. Sleep does not need a conclusion. The Stoics taught that peace comes from focusing on effort, not outcome. At night, effort has ended. Outcomes no longer matter. You may notice resistance. The mind may insist that evaluation is necessary, that without judgment, growth stops. But growth does not happen during sleep. Recovery does. When you stop judging, the body responds immediately. Tension releases, the breath slows, the heart rate steadies, the nervous system senses safety. Sleeping without mental victory or defeat also reduces anxiety over time. When days are not treated as verdicts, pressure decreases. You live with more steadiness. This practice also softens perfectionism. Perfectionism feeds on winning and losing. Neutrality starves it. The Stoics believed that self-worth should not rise and fall with daily outcomes. Night practice reinforces this belief experientially. You may notice memories arise that seem to support either victory or defeat. You let them pass without endorsement. They are just images. As this becomes familiar, the mind stops seeking emotional payoff from the day. It stops replaying highlights and failures. It settles more quickly. There is dignity in resting without judgment. You are not celebrating yourself. You are not condemning yourself. You are simply allowing rest. This approach also protects sleep quality. Emotional highs and lows interfere with deep rest. Neutrality invites it. The Stoics practiced equanimity because it stabilizes the inner world. At night, equanimity feels like balance returning. Over time, this practice changes how you wake. You start the day without emotional debt, without pride to defend or shame to correct. Life becomes less dramatic internally, more grounded, more sustainable.
Learning to sleep without victory or defeat also prepares you for larger life events. When things go well, you enjoy without clinging. When things go poorly, you recover without collapse. At night, this wisdom is simple. The day is done. It does not need a label. You may feel the mind relaxing as it realizes it is not being judged. This relief is deep. Stillness grows because nothing is being evaluated. Silence becomes comfortable. The Stoics believed that wisdom includes knowing when to stop judging. Night is that time. As the night deepens, the sense of outcome fades. There is no win, no loss, only rest. This rest feels different, cleaner, quieter, more complete. You are not going to sleep as a winner or a loser. You are going to sleep as a human being who lived a day. That is enough. And in that acceptance, the mind releases fully. Nothing to prove, nothing to repair. Sleep arrives gently, without emotional charge. From this place, total mental stillness becomes natural. Not achieved, not earned, simply allowed. The night holds you without judgment. And in that holding, the mind finally rests, free from the need to decide whether it was good or bad. Just quiet, just rest, just now. As the urge to label the day fades and the mind no longer needs a verdict, attention naturally widens. It moves beyond personal effort, beyond emotion, beyond the small circle of me. In this widening, the ego often tries to reassert itself. It looks for importance, for centrality, for reassurance that it still matters. This is where nightly contemplation of natural order becomes calming. The ego is loud when it believes everything revolves around it. It tightens when it feels responsible for outcomes. It becomes restless when it forgets its place within something larger. During the day, the world encourages this forgetting. Everything feels urgent, personal, pressing. At night, there is space to remember scale. The Stoics often reflected on nature before rest, not as poetry, but as medicine. Nature shows hierarchy without judgment, cycles without preference, movement without ego. When you place your life inside this larger order, the ego relaxes. Night contemplation begins by noticing how much continues without you. The earth turns, the night deepens, the body breathes. None of this requires your permission. This is not humbling in a negative way, it is relieving. Much ego tension comes from over-identification. The belief that every thought, every feeling, every outcome is critical. When you remember natural order, this belief softens. You see that life moves through patterns far older and wider than personal concern there. This contemplation does not require imagination or visualization. It is simple recognition. The night sky exists whether you look at it or not. Time moves whether you track it or not. The body heals while you sleep. Order does not depend on your attention. The Stoics believed ego shrinks naturally when perspective expands, not through criticism, but through context. When you see yourself as part of a vast system rather than its center, pressure dissolves. At night, when activity stops, this perspective becomes accessible. You notice how small your worries feel when placed next to the quiet certainty of natural rhythms. Not insignificant in value, but limited in scope. The ego often resists this at first. It fears disappearance. It equates smallness with meaninglessness. But this fear is misplaced. In nature, nothing is meaningless. Everything has a place, not because it demands attention, but because it exists. Contemplating natural order calms the ego by removing its need to manage everything. You are not responsible for keeping the world turning.
You are not required to hold reality together. This realization is deeply soothing. The body responds quickly. The jaw relaxes. The shoulders drop. Breath becomes slower. The nervous system senses that vigilance is unnecessary. This practice also reduces comparison. Ego feeds on hierarchy. Who is ahead? Who is behind? Nature has no such ranking. A tree does not compare itself to another tree. A river does not question its speed. When you rest in this understanding, self-comparison fades. You stop measuring your progress against imagined standards. You return to your own pace. The Stoics saw this as alignment. Living according to nature meant accepting limits, cycles, and timing. Night is a natural pause. Fighting it is ego. Accepting it is wisdom. You may notice thoughts trying to reclaim importance, but this matters. I must not forget. You acknowledge these thoughts gently and let them pass. Remembering scale does not erase responsibility. It restores balance.
Natural order also teaches impermanence. Everything changes. Everything passes. This does not create despair. It creates softness. The ego loosens when it stops clinging to permanence.
At night, this understanding feels especially calming. The day ends. The body prepares for rest. You are participating in a cycle that has repeated countless times. There is comfort in repetition without drama. Contemplating natural order also reduces fear of failure. In nature, there is no failure, only process, growth, decay, rest, renewal. When you adopt this view, personal setbacks feel less threatening. The Stoics believed that peace comes from accepting your role, not inflating it. Your role is to live, act when appropriate, rest when appropriate. Night honors the second half. As this contemplation deepens, the ego quiets, not because it was silenced, but because it no longer needs to shout. It realizes it is not alone, not responsible for everything, not at risk of disappearing. There is also gratitude that arises naturally, not forced appreciation, but quiet respect for being part of something larger. This gratitude does not excite the mind, it settles it. The night feels wider, less personal, more spacious. Thoughts slow because they are no longer circling the self. This practice also prepares you for humility during the day. When challenges arise, you remember scale. You respond with steadiness instead of defensiveness. The Stoics used this reflection to dissolve arrogance and despair equally. Both come from forgetting context. Natural order restores it.
At night, this restoration feels like returning home, not to a place, but to proportion.
You are not the center, and you do not need to be. As the night deepens, awareness rests in this understanding. The ego softens, the mind becomes quieter. Nothing needs to be proven. Nothing needs to be controlled. The world is already in motion. This acceptance allows stillness to deepen effortlessly. Awareness settles because there is nothing left to manage. The night holds you as part of a larger rhythm, breathing, resting, letting go. From this place, total mental stillness feels natural, not forced by discipline, but invited by perspective.
The Stoics trusted nature because it does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished. Night teaches this lesson gently.
As you rest in this truth, the ego relaxes fully. It no longer needs to assert itself. What remains is quiet belonging, calm participation, simple presence. And in that presence, the mind finally rests, aligned with the order that never needed your permission to exist. The night continues. The world turns. You rest.
Nothing more is required.
and that is peace. As the sense of natural order settles and the ego no longer needs to place itself at the center, the mind becomes quieter in a new way. Yet something still hums beneath the surface, a constant inner voice that strings moments together, explains them, and turns experience into story. This is narrative thinking, and at night, it is one of the last habits that keeps the mind awake. Narrative thinking is the mind's way of making sense of life. It creates a beginning, a middle, and an end. It tells you who you are, what happened, and what it all means. During the day, this is useful. It helps you communicate, plan, and remember. But before sleep, narrative thinking becomes unnecessary weight. At night, the mind often turns the day into a story. What this meant, why that happened, what kind of person you were in this moment, what it says about your future. These stories feel important, but they keep awareness active. They keep the mind moving forward and backward instead of settling where it is. Detaching from narrative thinking does not mean stopping thought. It means stopping the habit of turning every thought into a storyline. You are not trying to silence the mind. You are letting go of the need to explain. The Stoics understood that suffering often comes not from events, but from the stories we tell about them. At night, these stories serve no purpose. There is nothing to decide, nothing to justify, nothing to prepare. Narrative thinking thrives on identity. It needs a main character, a version of me moving through time. When identity has already softened, the story loses its anchor. This makes detachment possible. You may notice the mind trying to summarize the day. This was a good day. This was a mistake. This is who I am becoming. You do not argue with these thoughts. You simply do not follow them. Detaching means allowing thoughts to appear as fragments instead of chapters, a sentence without a paragraph, an image without a meaning. When the mind is not allowed to build continuity, the story dissolves on its own. This can feel strange at first. The mind is used to coherence. It believes that without a story, there is confusion. But what actually appears is simplicity. Without narrative, experience becomes direct. Sensation instead of explanation. Presence instead of memory. The body responds quickly to this shift. Breath deepens. Muscles release. The nervous system recognizes that thinking has slowed. Narrative thinking also keeps emotion alive. Stories fuel feeling. When the story ends, emotion often fades naturally. This is why detaching from narrative reduces emotional intensity before sleep. You may notice the mind trying to turn detachment into another story. I am doing this right. I am failing at this. You treat these thoughts the same way. You let them pass without engagement. The Stoics practiced this kind of mental simplicity because they valued clarity over commentary. At night, clarity does not require understanding. It requires stillness. Detaching from narrative thinking also reduces rumination. Rumination is narrative on repeat, the same story told again with slightly different words. When you stop feeding the story, rumination has nothing to work with. This practice does not remove memory, it removes interpretation. Memories may appear, but they do not turn into meaning-making. They pass like images on water. Over time, the mind learns that it does not need to explain itself to rest. Explanation is effort. Rest requires release. There is also relief in realizing that you do not need to know what the day meant before sleeping. Meaning can wait, or never arrive. Life does not pause for interpretation. The Stoics believed wisdom includes knowing when not to think. Detaching from narrative is not avoidance, it is timing. At night, the correct time for story is over. You are not abandoning your life story, you are setting it down temporarily. This practice also changes how you relate to thoughts during the day. You become less attached to your inner narration. You notice when the mind is telling stories instead of seeing reality. Before sleep, this detachment feels like quieting a voice that no longer needs to speak, not by force, but by lack of audience. As narrative thinking fades, awareness becomes more spacious. Time feels less structured. There is no past being reviewed, no future being written. Just now. This now is not dramatic. It is calm, steady, grounded in sensation rather than meaning. The body recognizes this as a signal for rest. Sleep approaches more easily because the mind is no longer active in creating continuity. Detaching from narrative also reduces anxiety about identity. When the story pauses, the self relaxes. There is no role to maintain, no arc to manage. The Stoics believed peace comes from agreement with reality. Reality does not speak in stories. It exists moment to moment. At night, aligning with this truth feels natural. You let go of explanation. You rest in presence. Thoughts may still appear, but they are light, short, incomplete. They do not pull you into mental movement. This incomplete quality is key. Stories require completion. Fragments do not. As the night deepens, the mind becomes less interested in coherence. Silence grows between thoughts. This silence is not forced. It appears when narrative effort stops. You are not losing yourself. You are resting from telling yourself who you are. In the morning, the story will return. It always does. But tonight, it is allowed to sleep too. This rest from narrative is deeply restorative. It gives the mind a break from constant interpretation. As awareness settles without story, stillness deepens. The inner world becomes quiet, not because nothing is happening, but because nothing is being explained. And in that unexplained presence, the mind finally rests fully. The night holds you without narrative, without meaning, without direction, just being. And that is enough for rest. From this place, total mental stillness feels natural, not constructed, not maintained, simply allowed. The story pauses. The mind rests. Silence remains. As the story-making mind quiets and experience no longer needs to be explained, another movement becomes easier to notice. Desire. Not the loud kind that demands action, but the subtle pull towards something more, a wish, a preference, an urge to reach forward and complete the moment with satisfaction. Desire often hides inside planning. When a want appears, the mind immediately starts building steps. How to get it? When to get it? What needs to happen next? This planning gives desire momentum. It turns a simple impulse into mental activity that keeps the mind awake. The Stoics did not try to eliminate desire. They trained themselves to observe it without obedience. At night, this training becomes especially powerful because action is already paused. Nothing needs to be pursued. Nothing can be fulfilled right now. Observing desire without planning its fulfillment begins by noticing the pull itself, not the object of desire, but the sensation of wanting, the forward-leaning feeling, the subtle tension that says, "This would be better if..." You do not judge this feeling. You do not suppress it. You simply recognize it as movement. Desire is movement toward imagined improvement. At night, improvement is not required. Most suffering around desire comes not from wanting, but from rehearsing fulfillment. The mind imagines relief, pleasure, completion. These images activate the nervous system. They create restlessness. When you remove the planning, desire loses energy. You allow the wanting to exist without feeding it images, without timelines, without strategy. This feels incomplete at first. The mind expects desire to go somewhere. But when it does not, something interesting happens. The desire softens. The Stoics believe that desires become tyrannical when they are indulged mentally, even if not acted on physically. Night meditation cuts off this mental indulgence gently. You may notice different kinds of desire. Desire for comfort, for reassurance, for resolution, for pleasure, for distraction. You observe each one the same way, without response, without commentary. This does not make desire disappear instantly. It makes it honest. Desire reveals itself as sensation, not necessity. There is a subtle relief in realizing you do not have to satisfy desire to be at peace. Peace does not require fulfillment. It requires non-attachment. At night, desire often appears because the mind is used to ending the day with reward, a treat, a release, a distraction. When this pattern is interrupted, desire speaks up. Observing it without planning retrains the habit. The body responds when desire is not acted on mentally. The forward tension eases, breathing deepens, the nervous system stops preparing for acquisition. This practice also reveals how many desires are borrowed, conditioned, learned. When not fed, they feel hollow, temporary, they pass. The Stoics practice this to strengthen inner freedom. A mind that must fulfill every desire is not free. A mind that can observe desire without obedience is steady. Observing desire without planning also improves sleep. Planning activates the brain. Observation quiets it. When desire is not linked to action, the mind settles. You may notice the mind trying to justify planning. I'll forget. This is important. At night, these justifications are habits. You let them pass. There is no urgency here. Desire does not require immediate response. It can exist without resolution. This practice also carries into daily life. When desire arises during the day, you recognize the moment before planning begins. You gain choice. You respond instead of react. At night, the benefit is immediate. Thoughts slow because they are no longer projecting into the future. Awareness stays present. The Stoics believed happiness comes from aligning desire with reality. At night, reality is simple. Rest, stillness, presence.
Desire that cannot be fulfilled now does not need to be rehearsed. When you accept this, the mind relaxes.
There is also humility in this practice. You accept that not every want deserves attention, that not every impulse defines you. As nights pass, desire loses its grip. It still arises, but it does not pull attention away. It becomes background movement. This reduces craving and restlessness. The inner world feels more stable. Observing desire without planning also softens disappointment. When you stop rehearsing fulfillment, you stop setting expectations. Expectations are seeds of dissatisfaction. The Stoics understood that tranquility comes from reducing unnecessary wants. Night meditation trains this directly. As the night deepens, desires become quieter, not because you fought them, but because you did not feed them. The mind stops reaching forward. It settles where it is. This settling is restful.
It feels complete without completion. Stillness deepens because nothing is being pursued. Awareness rests without tension. The night becomes a place where wanting does not rule, where the mind is free from chasing. From this place, sleep arrives naturally, not as reward, not as escape, but as continuation of release. You are not denying yourself. You are freeing yourself from unnecessary movement. And in that freedom, total mental stillness feels closer. Not because desire vanished, but because it no longer leads. The Stoics practiced this quietly, patiently. Night after night, desire appears, desire passes, the mind remains. Nothing needs to be obtained for rest to be allowed. You are enough here. Desire can wait. Awareness stays. Stillness holds, and the night completes its work, gently, without force, as the mind rests fully, free from the need to reach. As desire quiets and the mind stops reaching forward, another habit steps into the light, a habit often praised, rarely questioned, the urge to improve yourself, to fix, to optimize, to become better than you were yesterday. During the day, this urge feels noble. At night, it quietly becomes a burden. Self-improvement has become a constant background task for many minds. Even in rest, there is evaluation. Am I growing enough? Healing enough? Learning enough? Becoming who I should be? When night arrives, this questioning does not automatically stop. It follows you into stillness, disguised as responsibility. Letting go of self-improvement for one night can feel unsettling. The mind fears stagnation. It believes that if effort stops, progress will reverse. But this belief misunderstands how growth actually works. The Stoics believed improvement comes from balance, not constant correction. They understood that a mind under continuous pressure cannot integrate what it learns. Integration requires rest. Night is where this integration happens. Self-improvement at night often shows up as review, analyzing behavior, identifying flaws, planning change. This activity feels productive, but it keeps the nervous system active. It keeps the self under inspection. Letting go begins by recognizing timing. Improvement belongs to action. Night belongs to recovery. Mixing the two exhausts both. You are not abandoning growth by resting from it. You are honoring its rhythm. Muscles grow when they rest. The mind is no different. At night, you allow yourself to be unfinished, unoptimized, exactly as you are. Not as a failure, but as a living process that does not need supervision right now. This is difficult because self-improvement often became part of identity. Letting go feels like letting go of purpose. But purpose does not disappear when effort pauses. It simply rests. The Stoics practiced self-examination, but they did not practice self-harassment. They knew when to reflect and when to release. Night was release. You may notice thoughts like, I should be working on myself, or I'm falling behind. These thoughts feel urgent. You do not argue with them. You let them pass. Tonight is not for becoming. It is for being. Letting go of self-improvement also softens self-judgment. Much judgment hides inside the desire to improve. When improvement pauses, judgment loses its structure. The body responds quickly. Muscles relax. Breath deepens. The nervous system exits performance mode. It recognizes that there is nothing to achieve. There is also relief in realizing you do not need to earn rest through progress. Rest is not a reward. It is a requirement. The Stoics believed virtue grows through steady practice, not constant pressure. Night is part of that practice. A mind that never rests becomes rigid, not wise. Letting go for one night does not undo your efforts, it strengthens them. When the mind rests, learning consolidates, insight settles, clarity forms without effort. This practice also reveals how harsh self-improvement can become. When you stop improving for a moment, you may notice guilt or anxiety arise. This shows how much worth became tied to growth. You let these feelings exist without responding. They are habits, not truths. As nights pass, letting go becomes easier. You trust that growth does not require constant monitoring. You stop micromanaging yourself. This trust reduces burnout. Burnout often comes from never being allowed to be enough. Letting go for one night restores dignity. The Stoics valued acceptance alongside effort. Without acceptance, effort becomes violence toward the self. At night, acceptance feels like kindness, not indulgence. Kindness. You may notice a quiet joy in not having to improve, a sense of spaciousness. Nothing is wrong. Nothing needs fixing. This does not make you complacent. It makes you whole. Letting go of self-improvement also improves motivation during the day. When you are not exhausted by constant self-correction, effort feels cleaner and more sincere. At night, the benefit is immediate. Thoughts slow because they are no longer evaluating progress. Silence grows because nothing is being measured. The Stoics believed wisdom includes knowing when to stop working on yourself. Night teaches this lesson gently. You are allowed to rest without becoming better. You are allowed to sleep as you are. You are allowed to be human without improvement goals for a few hours. As the night deepens, the urge to fix fades. Awareness rests without agenda. The self relaxes because it is no longer under construction. This rest reaches deep places, places untouched by productivity or growth. From this place, stillness becomes natural. Not because the mind achieved it, but because it stopped trying. Total mental stillness does not come from perfecting yourself. It comes from letting yourself be imperfect without tension. The Stoics understood this. They practiced effort by day and release by night. Tonight, release. No fixing, no optimizing, no becoming. Just rest. And in that rest, something unexpected happens. You wake renewed. Not because you improved overnight, but because you finally allowed yourself to stop. The mind settles, the body rests, stillness arrives. And that too is growth. As the urge to improve yourself finally quiets, and nothing inside is being fixed or optimized, a deeper stillness settles in. And in that stillness, something subtle begins to happen. Without effort, without searching, certain attachments quietly reveal themselves, not loudly, not dramatically, simply by being noticed. Hidden attachments are rarely obvious during the day. They hide behind activity, intention, and effort. They disguise themselves as responsibility, ambition, care, or even virtue. When the mind is busy, these attachments remain invisible because there is no space to see them. Stillness creates that space. The Stoics understood that attachment is not always about possessions or people. Often it is about outcomes, about being seen a certain way, about needing things to unfold according to plan. These attachments do not announce themselves as desires. They appear as tension. When the mind becomes still at night, tension becomes easier to notice. A tightness in the chest when thinking about tomorrow. A subtle resistance when a memory surfaces. A quiet discomfort when nothing is happening. These sensations point directly to attachment. Stillness does not create attachment. It reveals what was already there.
This is why many people avoid stillness, not because it is empty, but because it is honest. When the mind stops moving, what remains is what has been carried all along. Using stillness to reveal hidden attachments begins by not interfering with this process. You do not analyze the tension. You do not judge it. You do not rush to release it. You simply notice it. The Stoics believed that awareness alone weakens attachment. When you see clearly what you are holding on to, it begins to loosen without force. Not all at once. Gradually. Hidden attachments often show up as mental reactions. A thought repeats itself. A feeling does not settle. A subtle anxiety lingers without a clear cause. These are signals, not problems. At night, stillness makes these signals visible because nothing else is competing for attention. There is no distraction to hide behind. You may notice attachment to control returning quietly, or attachment to approval, or attachment to certainty, or attachment to identity. These attachments are not mistakes. They are habits built over time. The Stoics did not shame attachment. They studied it. They understood that attachment is a natural byproduct of caring. The issue is not having attachments, but being unaware of them. Stillness turns unconscious, holding into conscious seeing. This seeing is gentle. It does not demand immediate release. In fact, trying to release attachment quickly often strengthens it. Stillness allows attachment to soften on its own timeline. You may feel a moment of discomfort when an attachment is revealed, a realization that something you thought was settled is still being held. Let this discomfort exist. It is clarity arriving. The body often responds before the mind understands. A sigh, a shift, a loosening. These are signs that awareness is working. The Stoics believed that freedom begins when you stop lying to yourself about what you need. Stillness removes the lie without accusation. Hidden attachments often lose their power once seen. They no longer operate in the background. They become optional. This practice also reduces future anxiety. Many anxieties come from hidden attachments to outcomes that have not arrived yet. When you see these attachments clearly, you stop being surprised by stress. Stillness also reveals attachments you no longer need. Old expectations, outdated goals, identities that no longer fit. Seeing them without resistance allows them to fade. You are not forcing detachment. You are allowing clarity. At night, this process feels quiet. There is no dramatic release, no emotional peak, just a gentle recognition. The Stoics practiced this nightly. They did not expect perfection. They expected honesty. Stillness provided that honesty. As you remain still, attachments continue to surface and settle, not all at once, one at a time, at a pace the nervous system can handle. This builds trust. Trust that you can face what you are holding without collapsing. Trust that awareness is enough. Over time, stillness becomes less threatening. You stop fearing what it might reveal. You begin to welcome it as guidance. This guidance is not verbal. It comes as ease, as less tension, as fewer reactions. The mind becomes quieter because it is no longer defending hidden positions. The body relaxes because it is no longer bracing for outcomes. Sleep becomes deeper because nothing unresolved is being suppressed. Using stillness to reveal hidden attachments also strengthens choice. When attachments are visible, you can decide whether to keep them. When they are hidden, they decide for you. The Stoics valued inner freedom above comfort. This practice supports that freedom gently. At night, when effort has ended, Awareness becomes precise. It sees what effort masked. You do not rush this process. You let stillness do its work. As the night deepens, attachments lose their grip naturally. Some dissolve completely. Others weaken. What remains is simplicity. Nothing is being held tightly. Nothing is being resisted. Awareness rests without tension. This is not emptiness. It is clarity without clutter. From this place, the mind feels lighter, more spacious, less invested.
Total mental stillness becomes possible not because attachments were fought, but because they were seen. The Stoics trusted this process. They knew that truth reveals itself when noise stops. Tonight, stillness does the revealing. You do not need to search.
You do not need to fix.
You only need to remain present. What needs to loosen will loosen. What needs to stay will stay. And in that quiet honesty, the mind settles deeper than effort ever could. Stillness holds you. Awareness remains. Nothing is being carried that does not belong. And rest becomes complete. As hidden attachments reveal themselves and begin to loosen, one final illusion often resists release. The illusion of power. The belief that you must be able to influence, direct, or secure what comes next. When stillness removes distractions, this belief becomes visible, and with it, a quiet discomfort. Powerlessness. Powerlessness is something most people avoid at all costs. It feels unsafe, exposing, like failure. During the day, action covers it up. Decisions, plans, effort give the sense that life is being handled. At night, when action ends, that sense dissolves. What remains is the truth that much of life is not in your hands. The Stoics did not fear this truth. They trained for it. Night meditation is not only rest, it is rehearsal, a daily practice of letting go of control without collapsing, of being present without influence, of existing without leverage. This is not weakness, it is alignment with reality. Powerlessness becomes frightening only when it is resisted. When you try to avoid it, it grows sharp. When you allow it, it softens. Night meditation gives you a safe space to experience this directly. As the body lies still and nothing is being done, you are practicing non-intervention. You are not steering the mind. You are not fixing the body. You are not controlling thoughts. You are letting life move without your direction. At first, the mind may panic. It asks, what if something goes wrong? What if I need to act? These thoughts are habits of control. You notice them and let them pass. Nothing is required of you right now. The Stoics believed suffering comes from wanting power where none exists. Peace comes from accepting limits honestly. Night meditation embodies this acceptance without words. Powerlessness does not mean helplessness. It means recognizing where effort no longer applies. At night, effort cannot change the past. It cannot act on the future. It cannot force rest. Recognizing this brings relief. You may notice tension arise as control is released. The body may feel exposed, vulnerable. Let this sensation exist. Vulnerability is not danger. It is openness without armor. The Stoics practiced voluntary exposure to discomfort to build resilience. Night meditation exposes you to the discomfort of not being in charge, and in doing so it shows you that nothing breaks. Breathing continues, the heart beats, awareness remains. Life carries on without your management. This realization is deeply calming. It removes the pressure to supervise existence. Powerlessness also dissolves ego tension. The ego needs power to justify itself. When power is absent,
The ego quiets. There is nothing to prove, nothing to defend. At night, when no action is possible, powerlessness becomes complete, and yet safety remains. This teaches the nervous system a powerful lesson. Control is not required for survival. This lesson carries into waking life. When challenges arise, you stop overreacting. You assess calmly. You act where possible and release where not. This is true strength. The Stoics believe that freedom comes from accepting necessity. Night meditation practices this acceptance daily. Powerlessness also reduces anxiety. Anxiety is often the mind rehearsing control where none exists. When you practice powerlessness at night, the habit weakens. You may notice the urge to regain control through thought, planning, worrying, evaluating. You let these impulses pass without engagement. Tonight, control is unnecessary. This does not make you passive, it makes you precise. You learn when control matters and when it does not. The body responds when control is released. Muscles soften, breath deepens. The mind stops scanning. There is also humility here. You accept that you are part of a system larger than yourself, that life does not require your constant input. This humility is stabilizing. The Stoics did not seek dominance over life. They sought harmony with it. Powerlessness practiced willingly becomes harmony. At night, this harmony feels like being held, not by effort, not by certainty, but by reality itself. You are not directing the night, you are participating in it. As the practice deepens, powerlessness no longer feels threatening. It feels neutral, even comforting. There is relief in not having to manage everything. Sleep arrives more easily when control is released. The mind stops resisting the natural drift toward unconsciousness. Night meditation, as practice for powerlessness, prepares you for moments when life removes control suddenly. Illness, loss, change. When these moments arrive, they feel less shocking because you have practiced letting go. The Stoics believed daily practice prepares the mind for inevitable loss of control. Night meditation is that practice, repeated gently. Powerlessness also teaches trust. Trust in the body. Trust in time. Trust in life unfolding without your supervision. This trust is not blind. It is earned through experience. Each night you let go, and nothing falls apart. As the night deepens, awareness rests without agenda. Nothing is being controlled. Nothing is being resisted. Stillness grows because there is no force opposing it. You are not surrendering to chaos. You are surrendering to order beyond control.
This surrender is quiet, private, deep.
And in it, the mind finally rests fully. Powerlessness becomes peace when accepted. The Stoics knew this. Night meditation teaches it. You do not need power to rest. You do not need control to be safe. You simply need to stop holding on. As you rest here, free from the need to influence, direct or secure, total mental stillness emerges naturally. Not because you achieved it, but because you allowed what always was. Life continues. You rest. Nothing more is required. And in that acceptance, the night completes its work. Silently, gently, completely. As this night meditation comes to a close, notice what is no longer being carried. No pressure to improve, no need to control, no story to finish, no role to perform. Over these hours, you practiced letting the mind loosen its grip on fear, on identity, on outcomes, on noise. You learned to rest without distraction, without judgment, without needing proof of worth. You allowed discomfort to teach instead of threaten.
You let emotions pass without chasing them. You stepped back from the future, the past, and even from yourself. This is Stoic stillness, not silence forced by effort, but quiet that appears when nothing is being held. You didn't escape life tonight. You met it honestly, and then you let it rest. If something shifted for you, if even one moment felt lighter, leave a comment with the word still, not to explain, not to impress, just to mark that you were here, present and willing to let go. And if this kind of quiet matters to you, if you want more nights like this, subscribe to the channel. No noise, no rush, just steady guidance back to yourself. Now there is nothing left to do. Let the mind sleep, let the body rest, and carry this stillness with you into tomorrow, quiet, grounded, and unshaken. Good night.